Chapter 1595. Yo, Seal, you're here too? As Felix walked over, he cast his gaze on Charlotte with a smile. I thought you weren't interested in things that have nothing to do with you. It's too noisy here. That's why I came to take a look. Xia averted her gaze as if she was trying to hide something. She was behaving strangely. It's not that strange, is it? The magic liquor is an indiscriminate criminal, isn't it? Don't you think I might be targeted as well? With Charles's strength, magic liquor definitely wouldn't dare to target you. Felix's signature friendly smile appeared on his face. Even if magic liquors were to find you, I would do my best to protect you. I don't need it. Charlotte was a little flustered. Like a proud little girl, she turned her head away. I'm not weak enough to need someone to protect me. How cold. Felix shrugged helplessly. He looked at Wu Yen, who didn't even look at him as he joked. But that's right, with this expert by your side who can match up to Magnus, you don't need my protection anymore. It's not like that. Hearing this, Charlotte seemed to be even more flustered. I don't have that kind of relationship with him. Why are you in such a hurry to cut ties with me? Wu Yen glanced at Charlotte. No matter what, I've practiced with you and helped you a lot. Aren't you being a little too unreasonable? It's not like that. Charlotte panicked even more, but she didn't explain anything. She looked at Wu Yen apologetically. She changed the topic and said to Felix, By the way, why are you here? Me? Felix smiled lecherously. I'm here to invite you on a date. What? Charlotte's face was dyed with a layer of rosy red. She stuttered. I refuse. I've invited you so many times already. Why don't you consider it? Felix sighed in disappointment. But let's forget about it today. Let me finish my work first. Felix looked at Wu Yen and smiled. Your reasoning just now is very helpful to us. I wonder if you can help us out? Wu Yen pursed his lips and looked at Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen is already helping you, right? Lei Zhen looked up in surprise. You know about my deal with Felix? Deal? Charlotte looked at Lei Zhen. What deal? Nothing. Lei Zhen shook his head. Felix asked me to defeat Magic Liquor in exchange for the right to participate in the night party. The qualification to participate in the night party? Wu Yen raised an eyebrow. He chuckled. I didn't expect the discipline committee of the Walpurgis Academy to have so much power. They can even decide the candidates to participate in the night party. The night party's participation is provided by the night party's executive department. The discipline committee will only recommend the candidates to the executive department collectively. Felix explained. Also, since magic liquors can commit so many crimes and successfully defeat the puppeteers in the academy each time, his strength is at least on par with the 13. As long as we get rid of magic liquor, even without our recommendation, the night party executive department will take note of Lei Zhen's strength. They'll think he can participate in the night party and give him the right to participate, right? Felix patted Lei Zhen's shoulder. I'm just going with the flow. So, magic liquors, if you give this prey to Lei Zhen, will be very grateful. Hearing Felix's words, everyone looked at Wu Yen. But under everyone's gaze, Wu Yen smiled. His smile was very sarcastic. Looks like our discipline committee's supervisor doesn't like me either. Such a sudden sentence stunned everyone present on the spot. Why is that? Felix waved his hand and shook his head as if he was panicking. I didn't mean that at all. Then why did you ask me to look for the magic liquor? Wu Yen smirked. Aren't you trying to push me to a dead end? What? Push you to a dead end? Charlotte, Lei Zhen, and Yaya were all stunned. They didn't understand what was going on. Even Felix frowned. I think you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Although, magic liquor, Ibaldi, should be very strong if it's you. You shouldn't be able to deal with him. Do you really think so? Before Felix could finish, Wu Yen interrupted him. Then, can you please tell me if the academy has found any of the missing students up until now? Yes. The academy has already started searching for the missing students. Felix became serious. But the discipline committee, the guards, and the academy's professors haven't been able to find them. Don't you know that? Wu Yen sighed. That's right, the number of students that Magic Liquor had ambushed so far has completely disappeared. In other words, not only did Magic Liquors eat the automaton, but they also hid the puppeteers who might have been killed. Wu Yen looked at Felix mockingly. It's not easy to hide a corpse. If you bury it, there will be soil there. If you dissect it, there will be blood stains on the ground. Moving the corpse is even more troublesome. Many murderers give themselves away when they dispose of the corpse. That's right. Felix's frown deepened. But what does this have to do with me wanting to push you to a dead end? You still don't understand? Wu Yen shook his head and looked straight at Felix. There would definitely be some sort of criminal act that would give the game away. However, up until now, there hasn't been a single trace left behind. If Magic Liquor was someone from this academy, there's no way he could have done it so perfectly. Unless... Wu Yan's wine-red eyes shone with a clear coldness. The culprit is someone with status, power, and authority in the academy, someone who can do things behind the scenes. For example, the academy's higher-ups, the guards, or disciplinary committee member. His clear words reverberated in the surroundings, causing everyone present to clamor loudly. Charlotte and Lejeune were even more shocked. As if they had made an agreement, they cast their gazes on Felix. Felix retracted his usual friendly smile. He stared at Wu Yen in a deadlock. They didn't say anything else. One must admit that Wu Yan's judgment was very accurate. There were so many missing students, but the academy still hadn't found the reason. They didn't even have a single clue, which was very strange. However, if there was an academy behind the scenes that tampered with Magic Liquor, then it wouldn't be strange at all. Of course, I don't have any evidence. After a while, Wu Yen suddenly changed the topic. He smiled and turned around. However, if I cause trouble for Magic Liquors, I might become enemies with the disciplinary committee member, the guards, or even the academy's higher-ups. If that's the case, I should be quietly eliminated, right? I don't want to take the risk. Along with this teasing remark that may or may not be true, Wu Yen led the girls and left the scene with clear footsteps, leaving behind a heavy, suspicious, and bewildered atmosphere. It was as if he was telling everyone that the following days wouldn't be peaceful. Chapter 1596. Night. Inside the tortoise shell, no one other than the housemaster noticed the change. Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria were sitting on the bed in their pajamas. They were chatting happily. Natsuki was sitting on a sofa against the wall. She was also wearing pajamas. She was enjoying a cup of black tea with her eyes closed. Ikaros was standing on the other side. She was holding a large watermelon in her arms. She was caressing it while staring blankly at the bathroom. If the students who lived in the same house saw the scene of a lovey-dovey couple in the room, they would be very envious, right? Even though the 5 girls came in all shapes and sizes, they were all beautiful. In a male dormitory like this where problem students and third-rate puppeteers live, a room like this should be heaven, right? As a matter of fact, Wu Yen is quite happy living here. Not only can he watch the girls laugh and play every day, there are only 2 beds in the room. Even if Ikaros and Astria don't need to sleep, if they share a bed, the remaining one will have to sleep with Wu Yen. How could he not be satisfied with this kind of life? Of course, with Natsuki's personality, there was no way she would sleep with Wu Yen in front of so many people. Nagisa also had a strong reaction to sleeping with Wu Yen. Normally, Kanon was the one who slept with Wu Yen. Being surrounded by so many girls and sharing a room was nice, but it wasn't as comfortable as when he was living with Chuju and Mikoto in Fuyuki City. After all, when he was living with Chuju and Mikoto, Wu Yen could sleep with them without any qualms. But here, he had Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon, the 3 fresh and delicious girls. Wu Yen couldn't do whatever he liked without any qualms. While the girls were happily doing their own things, the bathroom door that Ikaros was staring at was opened. Wu Yen walked out of the bathroom in loose casual clothes. He was drying his hair with a towel. I'm done. After drying his hair, Wu Yen exhaled in satisfaction. Who's next? Us. Let's do it. Nagisa, Astria, and the shy Canon raised their hands. The three of us will shower together. Nagisa, Canon, and Astria got off the bed. They grabbed their clothes and towels and walked towards the bathroom. Clang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the window of the room. Ikaros stood up. His indigo pupils were slowly turning into a deep red. Don't worry. Wu Yen raised his hand and stopped Ikaros. There won't be anyone who wants to harm us who would obediently make a sound. Even though he said that, he still had a puzzled expression on his face. He walked to the window, pulled the curtains and opened the window. Almost at the same time, a small pebble came flying from below. It went straight for Wu Yan's face and Wu Yan slapped it away with a loud smack. He caught it with his hand. It was only at this moment that a small cry of surprise reverberated from below. It caught Wu Yan's attention. In the courtyard of the tortoise-shell dormitory, Charlotte stood there with Sigmund on her head. She looked at Wu Yan with a surprised look on her face. Needless to say, the one who threw a rock at Wu Yan and the one who used the projectile method to hit the window is undoubtedly Charlotte. I say. Wu Yan tossed the stone in his hand. He looked at Charlotte with an annoyed expression. Coming here in the middle of the night to play a prank? Do you have a grudge against me? It's not a prank. Charlotte reacted and her eyes darted left and right. She muttered. I just wanted to talk to you about something. Something? Wu Yan paused and turned around. He looked at Natsuki. Natsuki was holding a teacup but her eyes were on Wu Yan. When she saw Wu Yan looking at her, she nodded casually. All right. Wu Yan replied. I'll go down now, sorry to keep you waiting. In the courtyard outside the tortoiseshell dormitory, Wu Yan found Charlotte sitting on the grass and walked over. She saw Wu Yan in loose casual clothes walking towards her. She looked a little uncomfortable but still made room for Wu Yan to sit. I'm really sorry about today. When Wu Yan sat down, Charlotte lowered her head and said something that stunned Wu Yan. What do you need to be sorry about? We've only met once today and exchanged a few words. Can't you think for yourself? The apology from before seemed to have exhausted all the frankness that Charlotte had squeezed out. At this moment, her words had returned to their usual aggressive manner. Didn't I try to distance myself from you in front of Felix? Charlotte turned her head away so that no one could see her expression. I didn't do it on purpose. Are you talking about that? Wu Yan scratched his face and shrugged. I didn't take it to heart. You don't have to apologize. Just accept Charles's apology. Sigmund, who was lying on top of Charlotte's head, suddenly said. Because of this, Charles almost didn't eat dinner. Sigmund. Charlotte angrily threatened. Be careful or I'll replace all your chicken with peanuts tomorrow. Charlotte inadvertently met Wu Yan's eyes. She looked like she wanted to say something but stopped herself. Wu Yan got confused when he saw Charlotte acting like this. What's wrong? No. Nothing. Do you think I'll believe you? Aren't you a little too dishonest? That's not true. After retorting almost reflexively, Charlotte hesitated for a moment and asked. Today, you said that there's someone in the Conduct and Discipline Committee who helped Magic Liquor clean up the aftermath and is in cahoots with Magic Liquor, right? What I'm trying to say is that the Academy's higher-ups, the guards, and the Disciplinary Committee's Disciplinary Committee are all in cahoots with Magic Liquor. Or rather, Magic Liquor is among them. Wu Yan looked at Charlotte as if he could see through her thoughts. I didn't specifically designate them as the Discipline Committee. In other words, the Conduct and Discipline Committee member is indeed suspected to be in cahoots with Magic Liquor, or Magic Liquor is hiding in the Conduct and Discipline Committee member. Charlotte's pretty face was instantly covered with a layer of darkness. Am I right? Those missing students disappeared too thoroughly. It's too unnatural. Wu Yan didn't answer directly. He looked at the night sky and changed the topic. Just like what we said during the day, even if the corpses were destroyed, there would definitely be some traces left behind. However, they seem to have completely disappeared from the face of the earth. After such a long time, the Academy still hasn't found anything. It doesn't matter if those missing students are alive or dead. Since there isn't a single trace left behind, it means that they were either transferred out of the academy or hidden in a place that ordinary students are not allowed to enter. Charlotte could feel Wu Yan's voice turning colder by the second. But you know the situation in the academy. It's like a cage. Students have to register when they leave. Automatons can't even leave. They'll be attacked the moment they leave. In such a cage, if magic liquor really transferred the missing students out of the academy, then it must have been approved by a certain powerful existence or organization in the academy. Wu Yan turned around and looked at Charlotte. If the missing students are still in the academy, then wouldn't the only place where they can hide and not be discovered by others be the restricted areas that are strictly regulated by the academy? If that's the case, if you want to hide them, you have to get the approval of those powerful existences in the academy, right? Charlotte fell silent. Chapter 1597. It was too clean. All clues related to the magic liquor seemed to have been purposely erased. Other than the remains of the automaton, nothing else was left behind. The Valpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy was the best academy in the world of magic. If the Kaibal candy was really just a rat hiding in the shadows, how could the academy not find any traces of it until now? To be able to commit a crime in the highest school in the magic world so cleanly, it was like successfully escaping from a police station without leaving behind a single trace of blood. It was as if the victim had vanished from the face of the earth and disappeared without a trace. This, in itself, was already a suspicious point. And if the academy's authorities were behind this, then it would explain why the crime was so clean. No matter if the missing students were alive or dead, they were destined to be shameful. Then, it was not possible to move the missing students out of this cage-like academy. If they were to be hidden in the academy, they would have to be in the most secretive place that outsiders could not find. But if the academy's higher-ups, the guards of the garrison, and the members of the discipline committee were serious about investigating the case, where in this academy could they not be specially approved to enter? The only explanation was that this so-called investigation was just for show. Therefore, the academy's higher-ups, the guards of the garrison, and the members of the discipline committee were very likely to be in cahoots with the magic liquor. Or perhaps, the magic liquor, Kaibal candy, was hiding among the existences who held real power in the academy. If they were to go against the magic liquor, Kaibal candy, it would mean that they would have to go against these beings as well. As a student without any backup, who could contend against these existences? That would instead be targeted by these existences, wouldn't it? Even if they did find the magic liquor, Kaibal candy, wouldn't they be fooled by the other party using their authority? Realizing this, Charlotte couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Doesn't that mean that regardless of whether we find the Kaibal candy or not, he won't suffer the punishment that he deserves? You're being too pessimistic? Wu Yan shook his head. Perhaps the Kaibal candy is indeed hiding in those institutions with real power in the academy, but not everyone is on his side. Otherwise, this academy would be too scary. You mean? Charlotte said with uncertainty. If we can find out who the magic liquor is, will the authorities that have nothing to do with the magic liquor punish him? The premise is, although it's not everything, but if you really want to make an enemy out of Kaibal candy, you must be mentally prepared to stand against someone with real power. Looking at Charlotte's eyes that gradually turned firm, Wu Yan poured a bucket of cold water on her. But Charlotte, if you want to find the magic liquor, I advise you not to. Charlotte's gaze that had just become firm instantly froze and was replaced with a blank look. Don't you realize it? Wu Yan met Charlotte's confused gaze and threw out such a sentence like a sudden clap of thunder. You are also one of the suspects of the magic liquor. What? Charlotte's delicate body trembled as she angrily shouted. How could I be that kind of criminal? Only you would think so. Faced with Charlotte's rage, Wu Yan coldly and mercilessly threw out words that made Charlotte's delicate body tremble. Every time the Kaibal candy attacked, the attacked automaton would be left with scars as if the candy had been licked and melted. And Charlotte, Your automaton, Sigmund's magic, seems to be able to do the same thing, right? This. Charlotte seemed like she wanted to explain something, but Wu Yen stopped her with a sentence. Perhaps you want to say that there must be a magic trick that can achieve the same effect, but you've forgotten something else. The automaton attacked by the magic liquor will have its magic circuit dug out. Wu Yen sighed. And if someone finds a large number of magic circuits in your dorm room, guess what will happen to you? Charlotte's pretty face turned pale in an instant. Even Sigmund's eyes were wide open, and his expression was ferocious. Rumor has it that Count Baleo, who is also your father, is a famous collector of automaton. There are many automatons in his mansion, and they live a family life together with Count Baleo's family. Looking at Charlotte's pale face, Wu Yen raised his head and looked at the night sky. His voice drilled into Charlotte's ears one by one. However, one day, an extremely noble boy came to Count Baleo's house as a guest. The boy was bitten by a small dog-shaped automaton. Because of that, Count Baleo was severely condemned by the royal family. His title was stripped, his territory was reclaimed, and all the automaton that was like a family were disintegrated. The magic circuits of the disintegrated automaton. Wu Yen closed his eyes. Charlotte, you must have bought them back with your scholarship and placed them in your dorm room, right? But. Charlotte's face was drained of blood. Even her lips had turned pale. She could no longer utter a complete sentence. You have the magic that can cause a wound that looks like a candy that was licked and melted, and your dormitory room is full of magic circuits. Tell me, if someone sees all this, will they still believe that you are not a magic liquor, Kaibal candy? Wu Yen glanced at Charlotte. If the real magic liquor knows about all of this and is a member of the authorities in the academy that you're about to go up against, even if it's black, they can turn it into white and push all the blame onto you. What should you do then? What should I do? You can only defend yourself helplessly. Then, you'll be treated as a magic liquor and sent to prison, right? Charlotte collapsed on the ground. She didn't have the time to ask Wu Yen how he knew about the magic circuits in her room. Her mind was completely blank. So, that's why you spread the rumor that the magic liquor is a member of the authorities in the academy in front of everyone, right? Sigmund, who was lying on top of Charlotte's head, laughed bitterly. I'm sorry to have troubled you. You said it's just a rumor. It's just a rumor without evidence. If the magic circuits in Charlotte's room are discovered, then no matter how reasonable this rumor is, it will be covered by irrefutable evidence. No one will doubt it. Wu Yen shook his head and stood up. Charlotte, I hope you can think about it before you act. Don't get yourself into trouble in the end. Also, I'll give you a piece of advice. Wu Yen turned around and walked towards the dorm room. People who try their best to get close to you, compared to pure kindness, I think they have a purpose. Leaving those words behind, Wu Yen walked into the dormitory, leaving Charlotte alone. She sat limply on the floor. She looked so lonely. Chapter 1598. Walpurgis Academy, Griffin Hut. This was a female dormitory. Moreover, it was a dormitory that only the top-ranked female students in the academy had the right to live in. Compared to the tortoise hut that looked like a hotel, the Griffin Hut looked like a villa. Not only was there a lawn in front of the dormitory, there was also an elaborate staircase and a courtyard paved with shiny stone bricks. When one arrived at the Griffin Hut from the main street, one could see the stone paths that led to the Griffin Hut. The stone paths were connected to the elaborate staircase. After walking up the staircase and through the courtyard, one could reach the Griffin Hut's female dormitory. In this quiet night, in a room in the Griffin Hut's female dormitory, Charlotte sat alone on her bed. She hugged her knees and buried her head. She didn't even turn on the lights. The moonlight shone in through the window and scattered on Charlotte's body, making her figure look very sad and beautiful. Charlotte didn't have the same achievements as Magnus. Therefore, Charlotte didn't have the means to have a private residence and research room. However, the Griffin Hut's female dormitory was very luxurious for a student. Just the space alone was more than double the size of the tortoise hut. There were also 2 double beds. However, there was a large table that was enough for 4 people to use at the same time. There was also a study table and a bookshelf that looked like a library. There were even 2 spacious and comfortable sofas. It was too much of a waste for a single person to live in such a room. However, the reason why Charlotte lived alone and didn't have a roommate was because Charlotte often got into trouble. She alienated others and didn't get close to anyone. This was why no one lived with her. Otherwise, the students wouldn't be so scared when they saw Charlotte. They would escape and make way for her in fear. And it was also because Charlotte often got into trouble. She alienated others and used violence whenever she encountered something that didn't go her way. This was why she had the code name Tyrant Rex and was also known as T-Rex. Her notoriety spread far and wide. If the students in the academy saw Charlotte, who was known as T-Rex, in such a weak state, they would be shocked. Wouldn't it be very hard to believe? On the other side of the bed, Sigmund looked at Charlotte quietly without saying a word. Charlotte raised her head slightly. His gaze stopped at a corner of the room. Over there was a wooden cabinet. Charlotte took a deep breath and got off the bed. She walked to the cabinet, squatted down, and slowly opened it. The next moment, the scene in the cupboard was exposed to the air. Inside, there were many small culture tanks that contained heart-like things. Next to the small culture tank that contained the heart-like object, there was also a device. Wires extended from the device and connected to the small culture tank, and the device was operating. The heart-like things in the culture tanks were none other than Eve's heart. It was also the magic circuit of the family-like automaton that Charlotte bought from the outside one by one with her scholarship. Count Bilo's family used to be the pride of the United Kingdom for their ingenious magic. But that was already a thing of the past. Just like what Wu Yan said, one of Count Bilo's dog-like automaton bit a boy of noble status. As a result, Charlotte's father was severely condemned by the royal family. Even his title was stripped away and his territory was taken back. As for the automaton that used to be her family, with the exception of Sigmund, all of them suffered the fate of disintegration. Now, the hearts of the automaton that suffered the fate of disintegration were being bought back by Charlotte one by one with her scholarship. But now, these hearts might very well cause Charlotte to be treated as a magic liquor, K-Balkandy. Plus, Sigmund's demon sword was able to cause the candy to melt. With these 2 reasons added together, even if Charlotte wanted to prove her innocence, there was no way she could do so. After all, a magic liquor, K-Balkandy, might very well be one of those existences that held real power in the academy. Compared to Charlotte, who hated others, often got into trouble, didn't interact with others, and stubbornly used violence, causing harm to many students, the words of those high and mighty existences were more likely to gain the trust of others. Besides, they were existences that held real power. They could explain themselves however they wanted, they could even fabricate some false evidence. By that time, no one in the academy would believe that Charlotte wasn't a magic liquor, K-Balkandy, right? I just want to live with my family again. Looking at the rows of magic circuits in the cabinet, Charlotte squeezed out some bitter words as if she was complaining. Could it be that this is also wrong? The one at fault isn't you, Seal. Sigmund flew to Charlotte's side and lifted his small dragon head to look at her. His old and steady voice brought an indescribable sense of security. However, Wu Yan's words are also reasonable. If you continue like this, you might be used as a scapegoat by the real magic liquor, K-Balkandy. That won't happen. Charlotte bit her lips and shook her head in disbelief. Although I don't know how he found out about these magic circuits, but other than him, no one else knows about this. The magic liquor, K-Balkandy, wouldn't know either. As long as I'm not discovered, I won't be used. There was some truth in this statement. Who asked Charlotte to never get close to anyone? She had never even had a friendly conversation with anyone before. People feared Charlotte like a tiger. They didn't even want to see her, so how could they know about the existence of these magic circuits? However, it was a pity that this time, Sigmund remained silent, which made Charlotte feel uneasy. Did you think of something? Sigmund didn't answer immediately. Instead, after a moment of silence, he said such a sentence. Didn't Wu Yan give you a piece of advice? Advice? Charlotte was stunned. Then she was confused. Is it the one that says, "Compared to pure kindness, I feel that those who try their best to get close to you have ulterior motives"? After saying that, Charlotte couldn't help but laugh. How can that be? Other than that guy, who else would be willing to get close to me? As she spoke, Charlotte's pretty face suddenly froze. Try their best to get close to me? Isn't there? In her memory, a face flashed across Charlotte's mind. At the same time, a thought that she would never consider flashed across her mind. Charlotte's delicate body trembled slightly. It can't be. Charlotte's eyes trembled even more intensely. She shook her head in disbelief as if she had lost all her strength. No, it can't be him. Sigmund seemed to have thought of the same thing as Charlotte. He grabbed Charlotte's hand with his dragon claw. Calm down, Seal. The pain from her hand made Charlotte's confused mind start working again. However, her face was still full of disbelief, but there was also a faint trace of panic. Sigmund. As if looking for someone to rely on, Charlotte hugged Sigmund tightly. She closed her eyes tightly as if she didn't dare to face reality. That should be impossible, right? I don't know, Sigmund said in a deep voice. However, we can't rule out this possibility. It depends on which side you choose to believe. Which side do I believe? That's right. That's right. Sigmund nodded vigorously. One side is the person who spared no effort to practice with you, eat with you, chat with you, and give you advice. The other side is the person who tried his best to get close to you every day. He helped you settle a lot of problems for you, but his motives are unclear. Which side are you willing to believe? Hearing this, Charlotte lowered her head so that no one could see her expression. Chapter 1599. The next morning. On the noisy main street, Charlotte brought Sigmund, who was standing on her shoulder, to the student cafeteria. Along the way, the students acted as if they had seen the god of plague. They opened up a path in a panic, making the places that Charlotte passed by become like a ferocious tiger on the streets, creating chaos. Looking at this scene, Charlotte was expressionless on the surface, but she smiled bitterly in her heart. That's right, Charlotte, who was known as the Tyrannosaurus, was such an existence that people wanted to avoid. Because Charlotte had done a lot of extreme things. For example, when school started, Charlotte sent 5 senior students who tried to touch her body to the hospital. For example, when Charlotte was taking a shower, her roommate barged in and was pushed out of the window by Charlotte. For example, because she didn't want to touch a frog, she destroyed the entire anatomy laboratory. Another example would be if they provoked a wasp and Charlotte burned down the entire courtyard. When these extreme actions spread, the result was obvious. All of them became the reason why the landing code name, Tyrannosaurus, appeared. However, that was only because Charlotte's behavior was too clumsy. She didn't do it on purpose. However, these actions made Charlotte offend people unknowingly. This was also a fact. Therefore, no one was willing to get close to Charlotte, and no one was willing to get close to Charlotte. Or rather, Wu Yen letting Charlotte lead the way and paying for a meal out of Charlotte's own pocket, that's something that's truly shocking. But that was also because Wu Yen was a freshman and didn't know about Charlotte's matters. That was why he didn't hesitate to get close to Charlotte. Of course, this was what Charlotte thought. As for Charlotte herself, she didn't mind at all that she was being shunned. After all, almost all the students in this school wanted to get the throne of the Devil King. They were all people who wanted to compete with Charlotte for the Devil King position. If one person, Charlotte didn't have too many scruples. It wasn't a bad thing not to make friends with the enemy. Unfortunately, there were advantages and disadvantages to isolating oneself. Some small people would definitely do a lot of tricks behind the scenes. For example, rummaging through Charlotte's cupboard. For example, hiding Charlotte's things. This kind of prank was something that Charlotte used to encounter almost every day. Perhaps it was because of this. If Charlotte had been slandered as a Kaiball candy, most people would have agreed with it. Not only because many people hated Charlotte, but because everyone hated Charlotte, others could use this as an excuse to fabricate facts. For example, He had attacked the students in the academy because he held a grudge against the students who hated him. Thinking about it, there should be quite a few people who would believe it, right? With such a bitter mood, Charlotte walked expressionlessly on the main street that almost caused chaos and headed towards the student cafeteria. "Oh, Charles." At this moment, a clear voice echoed from behind Charlotte. While the others were trying their best to avoid him, a handsome man with blonde hair, wearing a glove that represented the qualification to attend the night meeting, and an armband that represented the discipline committee on his arm, with a friendly smile on his face, slowly walked towards Charlotte. Felix. Looking at the only person who didn't reject her and was walking towards her, Charlotte seemed to be a little nervous and looked like she wanted to escape. "You're still alone as always." Felix looked around and said with a smile. "What? You're not with Mr. Wu Yen?" Why do I have to be with him?" Charlotte turned her head away. "Our relationship isn't good enough for us to have breakfast together in the morning." "Is that so?" Felix heaved a sigh of relief. "That's great. I thought you two had a good relationship. I almost gave up." "Or give up?" Charlotte's gaze drifted uncomfortably. "Or give up on what?" "Well, who knows?" Felix looked at Charlotte meaningfully and revealed a lecherous smile. "Well, let's not talk about this anymore. Charles, why don't you give me a chance today and go on a date with me?" "A date?" Charlotte pursed her lips and looked up at Felix with a serious expression. "Why does it have to be me?" Hearing this, Felix paused for a moment before his eyes lit up. In the past, when Felix asked Charlotte out on a date, Charlotte would refuse without hesitation. But today, Charlotte asked for the reason. Didn't this mean that Felix had a chance? Isn't it obvious? At that moment, Felix looked at Charlotte with some enthusiasm and said half jokingly and half seriously, "Don't worry. Isn't it normal to pursue a girl as beautiful as you? There are plenty of girls in the academy who are prettier than me." Charlotte's cheeks were slightly red, but she still said seriously to Felix, "They're not as annoying as me, and you're so popular among the girls. If you go on a date with them, they should be happy, right? We've known each other for a long time. You should know me more or less, right?" Felix stopped smiling and looked straight at Charlotte. "Do you think I would casually ask someone on a date because of this? Is that so?" Charlotte blushed even more when Felix looked directly at her. She quickly averted her gaze and said shyly, "Is that so, if it's just for a while? I don't mind accompanying you for a while." "Really?" Felix revealed a dazzling smile that dazzled the girls around him. "That's great. Please have breakfast with me." That's it." Charlotte turned around and walked towards the student cafeteria in a panic. Only then did Felix straighten his collar. A heartfelt smile appeared on his face as he followed Charlotte's footsteps. On the way to the student cafeteria, Felix had been actively talking to Charlotte. Charlotte, on the other hand, seemed a little nervous, replying intermittently like a little girl. This made many of Felix's fans grit their teeth and look at Charlotte with unfriendly gazes. However, Charlotte completely ignored him. Not long after, she suddenly said such a sentence. "Felix, there's something I want to ask of you." "Something?" Felix paused for a moment before smiling helplessly. "I understand. So that's why you were willing to accept my invitation today." "I'm sorry." Charlotte lowered her head. "But I can only ask for your help." "That's an honor." Felix shrugged. "Just say it, Charles. If I can help you, I'll do my best." "Is that so?" Charlotte's eyes flashed with a complicated expression. She looked up at Felix. "Then, can I trouble you to find time to let me see the automaton that was eaten by the Cabalcandi?" "The automaton that was eaten by the Cabalcandi?" Felix paused and frowned. "Why do you want to see the automaton?" "It's like this." Charlotte hesitated for a moment before replying. "My friend has a way to extract the last scene the automaton saw in the short period of time before it was destroyed from the broken automaton." "Extract the last scene the automaton saw before it was destroyed?" Felix's eyes narrowed. "That friend of yours is Mr. Wu Yen, right? Is this true?" I don't know. I don't know, but that guy said. Charlotte clenched her fists. If this is true, then we'll be able to see the true face of the Kaibal candy. So, Felix. Charlotte said pleadingly. The automaton should still be in the hands of the discipline committee, right? Can you give us some time to take a look at that automaton? This. Felix seemed to be in a difficult position. But that automaton is also a very important piece of evidence. If it's accidentally destroyed, we will be accompanied by the disciplinary committee. Charlotte's determined eyes were exposed to Felix's vision. Please, Felix. This is the only way to find the Kaibal candy right now. If we apply for it ourselves, we don't know how many procedures we'll have to go through, and it'll take a long time as well. I can only trouble you. Felix closed his eyes and fell silent. All right. After a long time, Felix nodded. I will go and prepare. I will inform you when I'm ready. Thank you. Charlotte thanked Felix, relieved. Felix smiled when he saw the relieved Charlotte. His smile was very pleasant. Chapter 1600. Walpurgis Royal Mecha Academy, Central Great Hall. On the second floor of the Central Lecture Hall, there was a rather large area. This area was made up of the Conduct and Discipline Committee's office, the Conduct and Discipline Committee's waiting room, and the Conduct and Discipline Committee's meeting room. In other words, the Conduct and Discipline Committee's headquarters was set up on the second floor of the Central Lecture Hall. From the location of the Conduct and Discipline Committee's headquarters, it could be seen just how important the Conduct and Discipline Committee was in the Academy. Although this was a group that the students could freely join, and none of the Academy's higher-ups were involved in the affairs, the Conduct and Discipline Committee was still an important existence in maintaining the Academy's discipline. Even if there were no students, the Academy wouldn't neglect them. Using the second floor of the Central Lecture Hall as the Conduct and Discipline Committee's headquarters showed just how much the Academy valued and acknowledged the Conduct and Discipline Committee. Under these circumstances, the Conduct and Discipline Committee couldn't be said to be able to cover the sky with one hand, but they did have some privileges given by the Academy. For example, incidents such as K-Balkandi, which led to the disappearance of the puppeteer students and the destruction of the automaton, were all handled by the disciplinary committee, not the guards. Of course, if it was proven that the Conduct and Discipline Committee killed the missing puppeteer, then the guards would have no choice but to move out. At night, the lights in the Central Lecture Hall were almost completely extinguished, causing the entire place to be shrouded in darkness. But on the second floor of the Central Lecture Hall, in the Conduct and Discipline Committee's office, Felix was sitting in front of his desk with a rare serious expression, flipping through a document in his hand. It was already the middle of the night, but Felix was still working in his office. It had to be said, he was indeed very hardworking. A group of Conduct and Discipline Committee members who came to the office and saw Felix working in his office didn't find it strange. They greeted him and left. Thinking about it, Felix often worked until the middle of the night. Actually, the Conduct and Discipline Committee members all knew. Almost every night, Felix would work until the wee hours of the morning before leaving his office and returning to his dorm. But today, the Conduct and Discipline Committee members did not see that Felix was only halfway through his work when he left his office and walked in another direction on the second floor of the Central Lecture Hall. After passing through a long corridor and turning one corner after another, Felix soon arrived in front of a door. He extended his hand and pushed it open. Suddenly, a slightly messy room was exposed under the light of the corridor. The main color of the room was a light gray. Even at night, the light inside the room was much dimmer than the surrounding environment. There were piles of miscellaneous items, books, machines, and some miscellaneous items that looked like goods. Everything was there. A foreign object was placed on a table in this somewhat messy room. It looked like a human skeleton, but it was actually a humanoid mechanical body made of metal. However, this humanoid metallic mechanical body was extremely damaged. The lower half of the body below the thighs had almost completely disappeared, leaving behind a section where one could clearly see the abdominal cavity. Many gears and wires leaked out from the section, and the lower half of the face was completely destroyed, leaving behind no trace of its original shape. There was a hideous hole where the humanoid metallic mechanical body's heart should be. It was the automaton that had been eaten by the Cabalcandi. At this moment, this broken automaton was lying on the table by the wall of the room. Its eyes were looking at the ceiling as if it was silently accusing the Cabalcandi of its crimes. Coupled with the hideous hole where its heart should be and its broken body, in the dark night, anyone who saw it would feel their scalp tingle. If a timid girl saw this scene, she would probably faint right away, right? Felix, on the other hand, stared closely at the broken automaton. He turned around, closed the door, and walked to the front of the table. Looking at the terrifying automaton lying on the table, Felix's eyes flickered slightly. Is it possible to extract the last scene the automaton saw before it was destroyed? If there really was such a method, then the culprit who attacked the automaton and caused the destruction of the automaton would be found. If that's the case, the Cabalcandi will have nowhere to hide, right? Phew! Felix exhaled softly. His eyes seemed to have focused on the broken automaton. Although I don't know if it's real or not, but whether it's real or fake, as long as there's a slight possibility, then Felix smiled. However, that smile no longer had the friendliness and calmness it used to have. Instead, it seemed a bit twisted. I absolutely can't let anyone touch this automaton. After saying that, Felix grabbed the broken automaton by its neck and lifted it up. Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy, deep within a forest. Bang! Felix threw the broken automaton on the ground, grabbed a torch, and threw it on the broken automaton. Phew! In the next moment, the torch burned on the automaton's body, gradually burning the already broken automaton to ashes. Felix stared closely at the burning automaton. The light from the fire illuminated his handsome face, but it also made Felix seem much more ruthless. After an unknown amount of time, the burning flames gradually weakened until they were completely extinguished. The dilapidated automaton had all turned into ashes. Felix took out a bag and swept all the ashes into it. Then, he picked up the small piece of ground that was burned black by the flames. But he didn't pick up the ground. It was a stone slab that was spread on the ground. After throwing the stone slab in his hand into the bag, Felix laughed again. This time, it was an extremely sarcastic laugh. Burning this automaton should attract a lot of suspicion, right? The Cabalcandi might very well be in cahoots with those institutions with real power in the academy. Or perhaps, the Cabalcandi was a part of those institutions. This was Wu Yan's declaration in front of all the students. Now that the automaton under the custody of the Discipline and Conduct Committee has disappeared, and it disappeared when Charlotte asked Felix to arrange it for her to take a look at it, be it Wu Yan or Charlotte, both of them would have their suspicions. But so what if they're suspicious? Felix sneered. Will Charles think I'm the one who did it? Will others think I did it? It had to be said that Felix had a good reputation in this academy. Even if burning the automaton at this juncture would attract unnecessary suspicion, it only made Wu Yan's declaration a little more convincing. No one would suspect him, Felix, of doing it. Crack. However, just as Felix was thinking that, a small sound came from behind him. Chapter 1601. Who is it? Felix was shocked. He quickly turned his head and looked behind him, reading the latest novel. But when he did, he was dumbfounded. Sure enough, it's you, accompanied by a sorrowful voice. A young lady with long golden hair that was dazzling even in the night slowly walked out from the dark forest. She had a small dragon on her shoulder and was exposed under the moonlight. Felix's expression changed when he saw the young girl walking out of the forest. Charles. The person who had come was none other than Charlotte. Raising her head, Charlotte's gaze met Felix's handsome face. A miserable smile appeared on her face. How I wish it wasn't you, Felix reacted when he heard Charlotte's sorrowful words. He looked at Charlotte with sincere eyes. Charles, please calm down. This is a misunderstanding. Felix's voice became softer and softer. It was for no other reason than the tears that flowed from Charlotte's crystal-clear eyes. Why is it you, Charles? Felix clenched his teeth and said with some pain. Don't tell me you don't believe me? Charlotte smiled. Charlotte laughed, and it was a masochistic laugh. Felix, do you still not understand? Understand? Felix's face was full of confusion. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Understand what? Seeing that Felix was still putting on an act, Charlotte wiped away the tears on her cheeks. With a trembling voice, she said something that made Felix's heart beat faster. What do you mean by being able to extract the scene that the automaton saw before it was destroyed? That's all fake, from the moment you brought the automaton out to the moment you burned it. The entire process. I saw everything with my own eyes. You! Felix was speechless. You set a trap to lure me? No. You're the one who set a trap to frame me. Charlotte's eyes were wet once again, but she met Felix's gaze. It was as if she had forced the words out of her mouth. I said it. Am I right? Magic liquor, Balkandi. This time. Felix didn't explain anymore. In the space that became deathly silent, all of Felix's expressions disappeared, and he stared at Charlotte. Then he stopped. He suddenly smiled. That really surprised me. With the same kind smile on his face, Felix nodded in admiration. I didn't expect you to suspect me and set a trap for me. I've said it before. You're the one who set the trap. Charlotte bit her lips as if she was holding back her tears. Her voice was hoarse. Felix, the reason why you're so close to me and try your best to invite me on a date every time is only because Sigmund's magic sword is very similar to the candy-melting scar you left behind when you committed the crime, isn't it? The reason Felix tried his best to get close to Charlotte wasn't because he had feelings for her. It was because the magic effects left behind by the two were too similar. In other words, Felix only got close to Charlotte after carefully preparing a trap. I often offended people in the academy and often attracted small tricks and pranks from others. But every time, it was you, the head of the discipline committee, who helped me deal with the aftermath and took care of me. Charlotte almost bit her lips until they bled, but she still raised her voice and shouted. But that was also to get close to me, right? In other words, everything Felix said to Charlotte, the care he showed her, the gentleness he showed her, everything was fake. Felix was only trying to pin his crimes on Charlotte. Kill Charlotte as a magic liquor, Balkandi, and deceive the world. I didn't set the trap for you. Charlotte finally couldn't help but cry again. It's you. You set the trap for me, you planned to frame me, ha, ha. Seeing Charlotte cry, Felix covered his face with one hand and laughed out loud, as if he couldn't hold it in any longer. Shocking, truly shocking. I didn't think that someone as naive as you would be able to see through my tricks. I thought you only knew how to daydream, wanting to become the Demon King by hook or by crook while obediently accepting the hypocritical favors of the enemy. Enemy? Charlotte took a step back as if she was hit by something. In other words, you framed me because you wanted to become the Demon King and eliminate an opponent? No. You've misunderstood me. I've never thought of becoming a magic candy just to eliminate an opponent. The smile on Felix's face was still as cordial as before, but in the eyes of others, that smile was even more terrifying than ferocious. My automaton is capable of transforming the magic circuits that I've eaten into my own and using the magic of other automatons that I've eaten. Magic that allows you to use other automatons that you've eaten. Charlotte covered her mouth. Could it be that you're preparing for the night meeting? Correct. Felix's lips slowly curled up. In order to win in the night meeting, of course I have to prepare more magic tricks, just for something like this. Charlotte's delicate body trembled. Just for something like this, you actually destroyed so many automatons? In order to become the Demon King, no matter who stands in your way, you must defeat them. No matter what method you use, you must achieve your goal. Felix looked at Charlotte mockingly. Hasn't this always been your point of view? That's right. Charlotte wanted to become the Demon King and revive Count Bilo's family. She wanted to find all her family members and find that warm family of the past once again. This was Charlotte's goal of becoming the Demon King. In order to achieve this goal, Charlotte alienated the students in the academy who were destined to be her enemies and who also had the goal of becoming the Demon King. She also secretly decided that no matter who stood in her way, she would eliminate them. Therefore, strictly speaking, Felix's words were indeed correct. I really like you. I really like your point of view because I have the same idea. Felix closed his eyes as if intoxicated. In order to become the Demon King, any method must be used. If I can become the king of this magic world, then what's the point of sacrificing a few puppeteers and a few automatons? But I can't stand your naivety. Felix opened his eyes forcefully. His eyes were filled with endless coldness. You've already decided to defeat everyone in your way to obtain everything, but until now, you haven't destroyed even a single automaton. You have magic that can destroy everything, but you still show mercy every time. How noble, so noble that I want to vomit. Automatons aren't tools. Charlotte shouted in agitation. They have their own lives. In the past, Charlotte used to live with the automaton, like her family. Now, in order to reclaim her family members who had been disintegrated, Charlotte had been trying her best to find the hearts of her family members. The reason why Charlotte tried so hard to find the Cabalcandi was because she didn't see the automaton as a tool. Unfortunately, such a point of view only made Felix laugh out loud again. That's why I say I hate your naivety, whether it's in the way you deal with people, with the automatons, or with the current situation. You're already suspecting me, yet you still came here alone. You didn't even raise your guard before me. How laughable. After saying that, a spear-like ice arrow suddenly shot out from the forest behind Felix and shot towards the stunned Charlotte. Chapter 1602. Whoosh! When such a sharp sound pierced through the air above the forest, Charlotte saw a ray of light in an instant. It was the reflection of moonlight. The moonlight was emitted by the crystal-clear surface of an arrow made of ice. Like an arrow, a ferocious ice spear burst out from the depths of the dark forest, brushed past Felix's shoulder, and mercilessly shot toward Charlotte's forehead, who didn't react at all. Charles! Just as the arrow-like ice spear was about to hit Charlotte's forehead, Sigmund growled and woke her up. At that moment, Charlotte hurriedly threw herself to the ground beside her without caring about her image. Almost at the same time as Charlotte pounced to the side, the ice spear swept past her original position and landed on a tree behind her original position. Bang! Instantly, the tree that seemed to have a long history was pierced through in an extremely straightforward manner, piercing a hole the size of a human head. Looking at the splinters of wood splashing from the tree trunk and the hideous hole, Charlotte's pretty face turned pale at the thought of how she was almost hit in the head by an attack that could cause such damage. If she hadn't dodged just now, Charlotte would have definitely died. Whoosh! Just as Charlotte's heart was still fluttering with fear, another piercing sound rang out. Shortly after, an afterimage appeared. It suddenly appeared in front of Charlotte. Before Charlotte could raise her head to see the true face of the afterimage, another afterimage lashed out like a whip from the body of the afterimage. It was a long-handled greatsword that flickered with a cold arc of light. The afterimage that appeared in front of Charlotte held a long-handled greatsword in its hand, and with a whistling sound, it slammed toward Charlotte. Bang! The next moment, a muffled sound rang out. That was the sound of the long-handled greatsword hitting something. However, it wasn't Charlotte who was hit. Instead, it was to protect Charlotte. Sigmund leaped up from Charlotte's body and blocked the long-handled greatsword. Bang! Sigmund's figure flew backward and smashed heavily into the trunk of a tree on the other side. His body was about the size of a cat. Blood flowed out from its steel-colored scales. Sigmund! That was the only thing Charlotte could call out. She suddenly raised her head. She looked at the afterimage standing in front of her. It was a fully armed automaton, a girl type, fully armed. She wore gray-white medieval armor and held a 1-meter-long sword in her hand. The hilt was more than a meter long, and the blade was more than a meter long. The great sword was even taller than its owner. On the other hand, there was a shield on her wrist. In addition, there was a steel helmet that covered her entire face. From Charlotte's angle, she could clearly see that the young female automaton had shoulder-length pink hair and a slender body. Coupled with that set of armor and weapons, she was simply a Valkyrie. Felix. He walked over from behind the girl-shaped automaton and revealed a smiling face. This is my automaton. It's also the trump card I used to attack the puppeteers in the academy. I ate the magic circuit of their automaton and took their magic for myself. It's the trump card I used to ascend to the throne of the Demon King. Taking other automatons' magic for himself? Charlotte's first reaction when she heard this again was disbelief. There was no way an individual could have two types of magic in their body. In other words, an automaton couldn't have two types of magic circuit in its body. This was the most basic theory of clever magic, the magic activity disharmony principle. And now, Felix's automaton had eaten more than one automaton. Felix himself said that he attacked others to prepare more magic. Could it be that Felix's automaton could overcome the magic activity disharmony principle? Seal, you're really naive. Felix shrugged and smiled happily. You've already thought of a way to lure me out, but only one person came and confirmed that I'm the magic licker, yet you didn't raise your guard at all. Aren't you just forcing me? The smile on Felix's face gradually became twisted. Forcing me to silence you? Charlotte's body trembled, and her beautiful face was filled with pain. Can't I come alone? But before she saw Felix burn the automaton with her own eyes, Charlotte was unwilling to believe that Felix, who had been helping her and approaching her, was the magic licker. She didn't raise her guard at all? How could Charlotte raise her guard against the person who had helped her solve a lot of problems and was someone she looked forward to? Perhaps this was what Felix meant by naivety. You've really helped me a lot, Seal. Felix slowly raised his hand and laughed evilly like a devil. After I deal with you, I'll tell others that as the magic licker, you attacked me and I killed you in self-defense. Then, I'll find the magic circuits hidden in your room. I believe no one will doubt it. After all, Felix gathered his magic power and turned it into a light-like wire that flowed into the automaton in front of him. I'm the head of the disciplinary committee. No matter what I say, everyone will believe. After saying that, Felix's automaton nimbly raised its slender arm covered in heavy armor. Magic power surged out and turned into a stream of water above its palm. Then, it condensed into ice and turned into an ice spear. Kill her, Elisa. Under Felix's order, the automaton, named Elisa, grabbed the ice spear and threw it at Charlotte. The sharp sound of the ice spear piercing through the air sounded again. The tip of the ice spear kept enlarging in Charlotte's eyes. However, Charlotte could no longer see it. She sat on the ground and did nothing. She stared blankly at the ice spear approaching her. There was only one thing in her mind. How should she apologize or thank that person? That person clearly told her that she had to think carefully before acting. She didn't want to put herself in danger in the end. In the end, even though she chose to believe his advice, she didn't want to believe that Felix was a bad person. Even though she had a good plan, she still acted recklessly. In the end, she didn't have time to thank that person. In the end, she didn't have time to apologize to that person either. She was so naive. A tear slowly slid down Charlotte's cheek. She closed her eyes and waited for her death. The ice spear that reflected the moonlight pierced through the air. The sharp sound of it piercing through the air covered the sound of tears dripping down Charlotte's cheeks and onto the ground. The sharp tip of the spear was aimed at Charlotte's heart and suddenly pierced towards it. Charles. Sigmund, who was covered in blood, could only watch helplessly as the ice spear shot toward Charlotte. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Clink. At this moment, the sound of metal colliding came from in front of Charlotte and entered her ears. Charlotte opened her eyes and reflexively raised her head to look in front of her. Then she saw, under the reflection of the moonlight, the sparkling water droplets flew away. It was the ice spear that had turned back into water. In front of Charlotte, a layer of protective barrier made of crystals blocked the attack. It was this layer of protective barrier that knocked the ice spear away and protected Charlotte. It took Charlotte a few seconds to understand what had happened. She looked at the protective barrier in front of her and burst into tears again. Charlotte had already seen this protective barrier many times in practice. Therefore, Charlotte understood, who in the world came, who in the world protected her, sigh. As if bringing warmth to Charlotte's ice-cold heart, a sigh was heard, "What a troublesome young lady." Chapter 1603. In the eyes of Charlotte, who was paralyzed on the ground, Sigmund, who was lying in front of a tree covered in blood, and Felix, who had a girlish automaton standing in front of him, the space in front of Charlotte began to change subtly. The protective barrier formed by crystals slowly dissipated, but a hazy mist replaced the barrier and filled the space. Amidst the hazy mist, the space seemed to distort like a surface of water with a stone thrown into it. Not long after, several figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a group of 1 man and 5 women. The man was wearing a white shirt, black trousers, and a black tight leather jacket. His wine-red eyes shone with a scarlet luster in the night, as deep as aged wine, attracting the attention of everyone present. As for the other 5 girls, they were all wearing long tops that were bare at the shoulders, revealing their smooth shoulders. Their lower body was a short red skirt, and their thighs were covered by a pair of white high socks. They wore long boots on their feet, making them look like cold and heroic female knights, dazzling and dazzling. Felix's smiling face finally sank when he saw the group of 1 man and 5 women. Charlotte, on the other hand, seemed to be crying tears of joy. She covered her mouth and kept sobbing. "What's wrong? Are you moved to tears?" With a hint of mockery, Wu Yan's voice drifted into Charlotte's ears with his back facing her. "Although I really want to see what that T-Rex looks like when she cries, I can't help but lust when I see girls crying. Unfortunately, I can't stand girls crying. So, if I really cry, I'll kneel down." "Oh, idiot." Charlotte choked back her tears as she sobbed. "Who would cry? Who do you think I am? I'm Charlotte from Count Birao's family, that's right." Wu Yan looked up at Felix. "Then, the next step is to send this guy who made the little princess of the Birao family cry flying, the guy who brought shame to the Birao family, right?" Hearing this, Felix's eyes flashed with emotions. He quickly said, "You misunderstood. Mr. Wu Yan, the real magic liquor, Kebalkandi. It's Charlotte, right?" Before Felix could finish, Wu Yan interrupted him. He looked at Felix as if he was looking at a rare animal. He chuckled. "You're shameless. Invincible. Now, I finally understand the true meaning of this sentence." Hearing this, Felix was stunned. "Haven't you thought about it?" Wu Yan looked at Felix with a half-smile on his face. "Why would Charlotte, who has always been receiving your kindness and even has a good impression of you, suspect you and set a trap for you to jump out?" Felix was stunned. His expression changed as if he thought of something. "It's because of you. Tell everyone that I'm the one who's related to the Academy's authorities. I'm also the one who told Charlotte that someone is trying to use her. I'm also the one who gave her a warning and made her suspicious of your actions of actively approaching her." Wu Yan mocked Felix in front of him. "I did all this to let the little princess, who was deceived by your mask, see your true colors. In other words, from the beginning, I knew you were the magic liquor, Kebalkandi." Looking at Felix's changing expression, Wu Yan spread his hands. "So, you still want to continue your performance? Clown, you." Felix's self-esteem seemed to have been hit. His handsome face revealed an ugly and ferocious side. "You knew Felix was the magic liquor, Kebalkandi, from the beginning?" Charlotte looked at Wu Yan's back in a daze. "Why didn't you just tell me?" "Idiot!" Wu Yan said angrily. "Didn't you always have a good impression of that clown? If I told you directly, you would probably resist me, right? So, that's why you chose to use that method to remind me," Charlotte said uncertainly. "Just to make me suspect Felix? If I was too direct, you would resist me. But if I reminded you and let you discover the problem yourself, you would suspect me, right?" Wu Yan pursed his lips. "Of course, this is a gamble. If you blindly believed that clown, then I wouldn't have been able to do anything. Fortunately, you didn't. A warm current flowed through Charlotte's heart, and she felt even more apologetic. She didn't expect him to think so much for her, so it's all because of you. Felix stared at Wu Yen. After a while, he took a deep breath and returned to his fake smile. But what can you do? Not only am I the head of the discipline committee, I'm also the eldest son of the Kingsford family. Felix said confidently as he spread his hands. The Kingsford family is related to the British spy agency and is also a family with a very high power in the House of Nobles. Not only that, my father is also an important minister of the British Empire when the previous queen was on the throne. With this background, what do you think you can do to me? Spread the news that I'm the magic liquor, Balkandi? Felix sneered. Will anyone believe me? On one side was the new first-year students and the infamous T-Rex. On the other side was the head of the discipline committee, a heartthrob with a good reputation in the academy. In the absence of evidence, which side will others choose to believe? Felix looked at Charlotte, who was slumped on the ground, and his smile widened. Also, there are magic circuits in Charles's room. Plus, there's the special wound caused by the magic sword attack. Even if you spread the news, in the end, the only one who will be known as the magic liquor, Balkandi, will be Charles, not me. Charlotte showed a bitter expression while Wu Yen smiled. His smile was one of helplessness. I admit that you're smart, but don't think of others as idiots, Felix frowned. What do you mean by that? Didn't you just say that it's very naive of Charlotte to expose you on her own even though she knows your true identity? Wu Yan's lips curled up. But do you think I'm naive? Wu Yan snapped his fingers. The next moment, Felix was horrified to discover something. In the dark forest, one person after another slowly walked out. There were at least 30 people and they surrounded Felix. That's... Charlotte cried out in shock. Guards. Discipline committee. That's right. It was the academy's guards and the discipline committee that formed the encirclement. And at the head of the guards and the discipline committee was a woman with bright red hair wearing glasses, Kimberly. Felix? Kingsford. With a cold expression, Kimberly shouted as if she was making a declaration. As the academy's representative, I represent the academy, the guards, and the discipline committee to arrest you. Arrest, arrest. Felix stepped back involuntarily and looked around. A forced smile appeared on his face, as if he was struggling on the brink of death. What are you talking about? It's useless to play dumb. Kimberly said coldly. You admitted to your crimes with your own mouth. Everyone here heard it with their own ears. There are as many witnesses as you want. You heard it all? Felix's eyes widened. He turned his head and looked at Wu Yen. You again. Like I said, I knew you were magic liquor, Balkandi, from the start. Wu Yen snickered with malicious intent. So, you think I'm not prepared? Felix. Felix? Kingsford. Kimberly led the guards and the discipline committee and slowly approached Felix. Be a good boy and put on shackles. Go to jail. Jail? A vicious look appeared on Felix's face. Don't even think about it. The automaton, named Elisa, immediately picked up Felix and jumped into the dark forest. Seeing this scene, the surrounding guards and members of the Discipline and Conduct Committee were in an uproar. You want to escape? Kimberly's eyes flashed with a cold light. Chase after him. With Kimberly's cold yell, the guards and members of the Discipline Committee all rushed into the forest with their automatons, following in Felix's direction. Charlotte, who was sitting on the ground, panicked at first. Then, she stood up and seemed to want to chase after Felix. However, before she could do anything, Wu Yen pressed her shoulder. Leave it to me. Charlotte looked at Wu Yen and met his wine-red eyes. After hesitating for a while, she nodded. Wu Yen smiled and looked at Natsuki. Natsuki understood and waved her hand. In the next second, the group of 1 man and 5 women all disappeared. Chapter 1604. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Driven by his automaton, Felix and Elisa leaped from tree to tree with great agility. They shuttled through the forest and rushed toward the entrance of the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy. Now, the fact that Felix was a Kaibal candy had been exposed. Moreover, it had been exposed in front of the guards and the disciplinary committee. Under such circumstances, it didn't matter how famous Felix was in the past, how good his reputation was, or how powerful the faction behind him was, it was not enough to keep him safe. The Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy was the highest academy in the magic world, and it was also an academy with autonomy. If the academy convicted Felix, then even if he was a prince of the British royal family, he would not be able to escape the fate of being sent to court, let alone the eldest son of a mere noble. Without a doubt, there was no place for Felix in the academy. What Felix could do right now was to try his best to escape from the Walpurgis Royal School of Mechanics and return to his family, where he could avoid the fate of being hunted under the protection of his family. He would then look for an opportunity to do something when the news was more or less over. This was Felix's only way out now. There was no doubt about it. Even if he could successfully escape from the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy, Felix would have to live in seclusion like a prisoner and a rat for a period of time. It's all that guy's fault. Wu Yan's mocking face flashed through his mind, and Felix clenched his teeth. That guy has been suspecting me since the beginning. Why didn't I notice? If I had, I would have been able to get rid of him in advance. With such a regretful sentence, Felix fled toward the entrance of the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy under Elisa's lead. Felix was one of the 13, and his magic power and skills were top-notch. In addition, Felix's automaton also seemed to have very advanced functions. The distance to his destination was shrinking at an extremely fast speed. It didn't take long for the walls of the academy to appear before Felix's eyes. We have to do it now. Felix gathered all the magic in his body. He did not hesitate to use his full strength. I have to escape now. The student's automaton was not allowed to go out of the academy's territory. Otherwise, they would be attacked by the guards. Felix had to take advantage of the fact that only the guard was present. Before the guards and the disciplinary committee members arrived, he rushed out in one breath. Charge out! Felix roared. Elisa! The automaton, named Elisa, was surging with the magic power that Felix delivered to her, and her body suddenly turned into water. He soared into the sky, carried Felix, and flew out of the academy. However, just as the water-carrying Felix was about to fly out of the academy, a protective barrier made of crystals abruptly appeared in the space in front of him, blocking the water flow. The water flow was rapid and fast to begin with, and the protective barrier appeared without warning. Before Felix could react, the water flow that flew out of the academy crashed into the protective barrier made of crystals without slowing down. Bang! With a muffled sound, Felix let out a cry of agony. His entire body was carried by the water current, and he crashed heavily into the protective barrier. Just like the water current that had crashed into him, he stopped in front of the protective barrier. At the same time, the space in the sky suddenly distorted, and chains that glowed with a dim light poked out of it, intertwined with each other, and formed an iron chain wall that descended from the sky. With a whistling sound, it resisted the pressure of the atmosphere and smashed heavily into Felix and the water flow. Bang! With another muffled sound, Felix screamed again. Like the water flow around him, he fell to the ground below like trash. Bang! Just as he was about to hit the ground, the water flow suddenly erupted and wrapped around Felix. Then, he fell to the ground and smashed into a cloud of dust. Fortunately, the water flow wrapped around Felix. Otherwise, with his weak body, falling from a height of at least 30 meters would have crippled him even if he didn't die. Damn it! Holding his nose that was bleeding from hitting the protective barrier, Felix stood up from the water flow. A voice that sounded both surprised and mocking echoed from the other side of Felix. Can you still stand up? Felix raised his head with all his might and looked across with eyes that were about to pop out of their sockets. There, Wu Yan and the 5 girls were imitating Felix's old behavior and clapping their hands hypocritically. That face of yours isn't even swollen after hitting it so hard. Your skin is thicker than I thought. You again. Felix was mad with hatred. How long are you going to oppose me? How long am I going to oppose you? Wu Yan sneered. Of course, when you'll never be able to raise your head again. Go to hell. Felix stretched out his hand and slapped Elisa's back with his palm, and a rich light of magic flashed. Bang! Rich magic power flowed into Elisa's body. Elisa suddenly stomped on the ground, and the ground under her heavy iron boots cracked inch by inch. Whoosh! Elisa turned into an afterimage and shot forward. Splashes erupted from her body, and she turned into a running stream that rushed toward Wu Yan. Water? Wu Yan gazed at the rushing stream and placed his hand on Nagisa's shoulder. Nagisa, it's time. Huh! Nagisa didn't expect Wu Yan to choose her and jumped in fright. She only reacted when she sensed the magical power flowing into her body from the hand on her shoulder. Nagisa hurriedly closed her eyes, clasped her hands, and placed them before her chest. She murmured as though she was praying. Please. Aurora. As soon as she finished speaking, a ball of blue light erupted from Nagisa's body. The surrounding space trembled slightly. The blue ball of light expanded and a white mist rose abruptly, causing the temperature to drop by a few degrees. A layer of ice also formed on the ground. Under the effect of the white mist, the front of the water current that was shooting out also slowly froze, and its speed suddenly slowed down. What? Felix was shocked and withdrew all the magical power he was channeling. Bang! The slowly frozen water suddenly exploded, splashing water in all directions, dripping onto the ground drop by drop. Without the support of magical power, Felix's automaton couldn't activate the magic circuit and cast any magic spells. The stream returned to the form of a young lady clad in heavy armor and wielding a long sword. However, because Felix's mana recovery was too fast and he didn't have time to control Elisa, who had recovered from the state of flowing water, fell to the ground with her back. After a while, she adjusted her body, stood up, and looked forward. The blue ball of light gradually dimmed and an extremely beautiful figure appeared in the air. The owner of the figure had long, light golden hair. However, the light golden hair seemed to be able to change into other colors. It was like a raging flame. Every time it raged, the long, straight hair would change into a different color. It was like a rainbow. It was very beautiful. His eyes were dark blue, and like his hair, they would also flash with other kinds of luster. However, unlike his rainbow-like long and straight hair, his eyes only flashed with a flame-like flame. Her ears were obviously elongated like an elf's. And in front of the figure, there was also a dreamy and exquisite face. This was an extremely beautiful young lady. Moreover, she was a young girl who possessed beauty that surpassed the standards of a human. At that moment, on the extremely beautiful face that could make one lose themselves in a trance and was comparable to that of a fairy, there was an innocent, proud, and confident smile. Such a beautiful young lady left Felix subconsciously stunned. The magical power surging in his body also froze. Chapter 1605. Whoosh! A white icy cold mist blew up like a gust of wind and spread out, covering the entire place. Ding, ding, ding. Light sounds like dewdrops falling into water echoed in the white icy cold mist. Every light sound was accompanied by an icicle protruding from the ground. Even the ground was covered in a thick layer of ice. Not long after, the area within 100 meters of the ground was completely covered in icicles. The icicles were like a stone forest made of ice, reflecting the moonlight and emitting arcs of light. In this world of ice, Aurora was like an ice queen. Her long, light golden hair and eyes that were fluttering in the wind were flickering like flames, reflecting each other. It was hard to believe that there was such a spectacle in the world. Such a spectacle was the most realistic portrayal of the fourth true ancestor, Aurora, who was known as the Fiery Night Earl. He transformed. Felix stared blankly at Aurora, who had an innocent, proud, and confident smile on his face. An automaton that can transform into a human? Now is not the time for you to sigh. With such a sentence, the corner of Wu Yan's mouth curled up. His hand that was placed on Aurora's shoulder suddenly flashed with a burst of rich, flame-like magic power. Aurora! Oh! The sudden shout gave Aurora a fright, causing the innocent and proud smile on Aurora's face to completely disappear in an instant. It was replaced by a timid expression. This contrast almost made Felix think that the noble Aurora he just saw was an illusion. It also made Wu Yan smile wryly. Stop daydreaming. It's time to go. Do not order me. Aurora protested, but her voice was even softer than a mosquito. She even had an expression as if she was about to cry, as if she was being bullied. Felix immediately wanted to laugh out loud when he saw Aurora's appearance. However, Aurora's next action caused Felix's pupils to shrink to the limit. The white, cold mist in the surroundings suddenly rolled up like a whirlpool. Shortly after, the white, cold mist moved. It wasn't just a whirlpool. Within the whirlpool formed by the white, cold mist fluctuated and turned into sharp mist spears that shot out with a whistling sound. They filled Elisa's entire vision. Elisa! Felix immediately mobilized the magic power in his body. He poured all of it into Elisa's body as if it was free. Elisa was enveloped in a mist of magic power. Elisa raised the long sword in her hand and swung it down heavily. Swish! A dense splash of water erupted from the trajectory of the long-handled greatsword, exploding fiercely in the air. Then, with a spin, all of them turned into ice spears and shot out. In the next moment, the ice spear and the mist spear collided violently. Crack! But when the two spears collided, the spears, it wasn't the sound of something breaking. Instead, it was the rain of ice spears that was covered by the white, cold mist. The cold mist condensed the ice spears one by one, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into ice pillars thicker than pillars. Boom! With the sudden increase in weight, the ice spears couldn't keep shooting anymore. In a muffled sound, they smashed to the ground and stirred up a cloud of dust. Swish! The moment the dust filled the air, a tiny ice needle streaked across the air, piercing the smoke and opening up a hole the size of an eye socket. Before Felix and Elisa could react, the needle pierced into Elisa's glabella. Bam! The ice needle accurately hit Elisa's glabella, but a large amount of water droplets burst out from her glabella. On the other hand, the ice needle penetrated Elisa's head, which had turned into water droplets, and shot to the back without slowing down, disappearing into the night sky. It wasn't until the ice needle disappeared that the splashing water droplets gathered on Elisa's head, allowing the head covered by the steel helmet to return to her neck. Oh! Looking at this scene, Wu Yan sneered. Do you think you'll be fine after liquefying your body? Aurora seemed to understand the meaning of Wu Yan's words, or perhaps she directly understood Wu Yan's thoughts. The blue radiance around her flickered like a dazzling glare. Shortly after, ice spikes emerged from beneath Elisa's feet and pierced her body. PSSH. The violent ice spikes mercilessly landed on Elisa's body one by one. In an extremely neat tearing sound, at least 20 ice spikes pierced her body from bottom to top. In an instant, crystal-clear water droplets scattered in all directions. The wounds on Elisa's body that should have been riddled with holes turned into water droplets one by one. The ice spikes pierced through her body as though they had pierced into water, piercing through her body and skewering her. Elisa looked miserable, but her body had already turned into a liquid state, so these attacks couldn't do any harm to her at all. However, the wounds that were pierced by the ice spikes and turned into water droplets suddenly froze one by one and spread to Elisa's body. Not good. Felix immediately used force domination, instantly controlling Elisa's body and activating the magic circuits inside her body. Bam! In a loud explosion, Elisa's body that was skewered by the ice spikes suddenly exploded into droplets of water droplets that swept through the air, arrived before Felix, and condensed into Elisa. But this time, Elisa's heavy armor was full of cracks and shards were still falling from it. In the face of Aurora's ice, Elisa's water was completely restrained. Ice magic! Felix's handsome face turned gloomy. I really don't know how you got to the position of Meet 13. Wu Yan mocked. You clearly know that my Agrora's magic circuit is related to ice, yet you still use water magic. Isn't this telling others that you want to be beaten? Upon hearing Wu Yan's sarcasm, Felix's face turned angry, but he immediately smiled. Then how about this? After saying that, a wave of magic power emerged from Elisa's body. However, this wave of mana was completely different from the previous one. In the wave of magic power, Elisa fiercely swung the long sword in her hand. A shackle that was flashing with a silver-white luster suddenly shot out from the sword with the front end connected to an iron ball covered in spikes. Amidst the sound of the chain colliding and the vibration of the atmosphere, it ruthlessly smashed towards Agora. To be more precise, it should be said that it was smashing towards Wu Yan. Felix directly attacked the puppeteer. Moreover, he even used a second magic trick. In the face of this situation that violated the magic activity disharmony principle, and the spiked iron ball that was shooting towards him amidst the chaotic atmosphere with a sharp whistling sound, Wu Yan pursed his lips. He actually did not transfer any magic power to Agora. Instead, he withdrew his hand, opened it, and aimed it at the incoming spiked iron ball. In the next instant, the surface of the bramble iron ball was wrapped in a layer of faint light, as if it was pressuring it, causing the bramble iron ball to suddenly stop in midair. Impossible! Felix involuntarily cried out. He actually used telekinesis to control the iron ball? That's right. Relying on the boundless magic power in his body and the skills that he had recently trained, Wu Yan used telekinesis to directly control the spiked iron ball. When an ordinary puppeteer used telekinesis, even a lifeless puppet would find it difficult to control and raise its hand. Only those puppeteers with particularly high magic power, skills, and strength would be able to make a puppet move slightly. Among the students in the academy, only Magnus was able to make marionettes act as they wished and act like a normal person. In a situation where it was so difficult to control a puppet that did not have much weight and only needed to control its joints and not its entire body, to use telekinesis to control an attacking spiked iron ball? What was the difference between that and using a piece of paper to wrap a ball of fire? Chapter 1606. Wrapping a ball of fire with paper. That was an apt description for how difficult it was to control a bramble iron ball with a diameter of 2 meters with telekinesis. However, Wu Yan not only wrapped the ball of fire with paper, he also used the paper to control the entire ball of fire. No matter how the ball of fire struggled, it couldn't break free from the paper, let alone burn it. What? You want to go back? Wu Yan sneered at Felix's incredulous expression. Then I'll return it to you. Then, Wu Yan extended his hand and a ripple of mana appeared around him. Then, the light wrapped around the thorny iron ball suddenly brightened, and the iron ball that had been suspended in the air suddenly turned around. With the clear sound of chains clashing and the sharp sound of breaking through the air, it heavily smashed into Elisa, who was caught off guard. Boom! With a muffled sound, Elisa was knocked back as if she was hit by a car. Even though her feet were nailed to the ground, she was still knocked back. She plowed 2 long trenches in the ground. It wasn't until she was forced back more than 30 meters that she stabilized herself and came to a stop. Gotcha! Under everyone's gaze, Elisa's heavy armor finally couldn't hold on any longer. With a cracking sound, a crack appeared on her armor, and with a bang, her chest was completely shattered. The armor in front of Elisa's chest shattered. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. As I thought. Felix gritted his teeth angrily. What do you mean? What I mean is, why didn't you turn Elisa into liquid this time? Wu Yan looked at Felix's gloomy face. Didn't you say that your automaton could use gnawed magic circuits? Then why didn't you use the water magic from before? Felix didn't answer. Instead, he stared at Wu Yan. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. You can't use 2 types of magic at the same time, right? Wu Yan slowly smiled in front of Felix's uncertain expression. Not only that, your automaton can't use magic a second time. To put it simply, the magic circuits that were gnawed by your automaton can only be used once. They can only be used once. Also, There's a limit to the number of times it can be used. Wu Yan glanced at Felix. I'm right, aren't I? Overcoming the principle of magical activity disharmony, allowing individuals to use multiple types of magic at the same time, or allowing automatons to carry multiple types of magic circuits. That was until now. The entire magic world hoped that it could be solved. But it was the most basic and difficult problem that had never been solved. If Felix's automaton could really overcome the principle of disharmony of magical activity, then, using multiple magic at the same time, the British royal family had already ordered that this technology be used for their own use. They would throw it into the army's automaton to increase their military strength. In that case, the news that someone had overcome the principle of magical activity disharmony should have spread throughout the world. But the truth was that in England, no one had ever heard of anyone who had overcome the magical disharmony principle, nor had there ever been an automaton that carried more than 2 types of magic circuits. The reason was that Felix's automaton could use multiple types of magic was all because of opportunism. Moreover, the restrictions were huge. The magic circuits were all one-time use. There was also a limit to the number of times it could be used. That was already a huge limitation. One had to know that the price of each magic circuit was quite expensive. If they were used as ammunition for Felix's automaton, the Kingsford family would go bankrupt no matter how rich they were. But it had to be said that if Felix could prepare enough magic circuits, Felix's automaton could indeed unleash a very powerful combat ability. After all, everything had its weakness. With so many magic tricks, Felix could definitely use the right medicine. It was not impossible for him to win in the night gathering. Therefore, in order to become the Devil King, Felix still chose to use Elisa. Therefore, in order to win in the night gathering, Felix could only transform into a K-Balkandi and prepare enough ammunition for his automaton. Ask your automaton to collect as many magic circuits as you can before the night party, and find a scapegoat when the night party is about to begin. Then, you'll be able to perform all kinds of magic tricks in the night party openly. Wu Yan looked at Felix with a cold expression in his eyes. I have to say that your wishful thinking is not bad. Unfortunately, you didn't expect Charlotte to dig a hole for you to jump into, so you jumped into it without thinking. How stupid! Felix couldn't say anything. It was only after a while that he shook his head. You're wrong. What I didn't expect was that someone like you would appear in the academy out of nowhere. Otherwise, my plan would have succeeded long ago. You're the one who wiped out my hope, and you're the one who made it impossible for me to sit on the throne of the Devil King. Coldness appeared in Felix's eyes. So, before I escape, I have to at least kill you first. Kill me? Wu Yan grinned. He grinned from ear to ear. I really admire you for being able to say something like that. As soon as he finished speaking, a raging wave of magic power surged out of Wu Yan's body with a boom. It turned into a storm and rushed in all directions. Didn't you notice? In the storm of magic power, Wu Yan's voice rang out as Felix looked on in shock. I have 5 automatons, and I've only used one since the beginning. Besides, the storm of magic power rubbed against each other and burst into fierce sparks. Shortly after, they turned into air currents and flowed into Aurora's body. Even if there's only one, this one hasn't used its full strength yet. The voice slowly traveled into Felix's ears, causing the expression on Felix's face to completely collapse. Aurola opened his eyes. His dark blue eyes flashed with a flame-like radiance, and the dark blue radiance on his body abruptly surged. Boom! Amidst such a muffled sound, the white mist that contained icy temperatures pervading around Aurola exploded. Like a shock wave, it frantically spread out. Wherever it passed, the ground would be frozen into ice, while ice crystals would fall from the air. Then, the white mist hit Elisa like a shockwave. Kacha, 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 kacha. Before Elisa could react, her body gradually froze into ice amidst a series of cracking sounds. Not long after, Elisa was frozen in an icicle like a lifelike specimen nailed to the wall. Looking at Elisa frozen in the icicle, Aurora clasped her hands and placed them in front of her chest like a pitiful saintess. Then she pointed her finger. An icicle condensed in front of Aurora at an extremely slow speed. With a sharp piercing sound, it shot out like an arrow. No, amid Felix's desperate roar, the icicle flashed through the air and accurately landed on the icicle that froze Elisa. Boom! With a loud crash, the icicle that froze Elisa shattered like a wall smashed by a hammer under the icicle's barrage. The rare automaton, which Felix had been proud of and intended to use to win in the night meeting, had gnawed on a lot of magic circuits and could perform all kinds of magic, disappeared from this world just like that. Along with it, Felix's hope disappeared as well. Without the automaton, with Felix's strength, it was impossible for him to escape from the Walpurgis Academy. Similarly, he couldn't escape the fate of being sent to prison. Chapter 1607. Seeing that his automaton was completely shattered along with the icicle, Felix retreated in a daze. It's over. It was indeed over. Without the automaton, there was no way that Felix would be able to escape from the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy. Naturally, there was no way he could escape the arrest of the Academy's higher-ups, the guards, and the discipline committee. He was destined to be sent to prison. Despite knowing this fact, Felix still turned around in a panic, intending to escape toward the entrance of the Walpurgis Royal Machine Learning Academy. Whoosh! However, as soon as Felix turned around, two icicles pierced through the air and pierced Felix's body with a shrill whistle. PSSF. With a crisp tearing sound, Felix's legs and wrists were mercilessly pierced through. Two large wounds were torn open, and blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Felix screamed. With the icicles pierced through his thighs, he fell heavily to the ground, staining the ground with his blood. Didn't you want to kill me? I don't know when. Wu Yen had already arrived in front of Felix. He looked down at Felix, who was lying on the ground, hugging his bloody thighs pierced with icicles. He had a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. Why are you lying on the ground? Come and kill me? You can't do this to me. Felix hugged his thighs and looked at Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flickering with cold light. He screamed in fear. I'm the eldest son of the Kingsford family. If you dare to do anything to me, my father, and the people in my family, they won't let you go. Wu Yan smiled. Is that so? As he said this, Wu Yan lifted his leg and kicked Felix in the stomach. Bam! Felix spat out a mouthful of blood. His bloodied body spun in the air and flew away. Then he smashed it hard on the ground. He bounced up heavily, staining the ground with blood and causing even more blood to flow out from his body. Felix's fingers trembled. He pointed at Wu Yan in disbelief. Then, his head tilted and he fainted. That's it? Looking at Felix lying in a pool of blood, Wu Yan snorted coldly and turned his head away. He really can't take a beating. Perhaps it was a common problem in every world, but the police would only appear after the incident was over. Almost as if they were counting the time, the moment Felix fainted, the guards and members of the discipline committee rushed out of the woods one by one with their automaton after another. Behind the guards and discipline committee members was Charlotte, who carried Sigmund in her arms and slowly walked out of the forest. Seeing the guards and discipline committee members arrest Felix, who was lying in a pool of blood, Charlotte's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Who would have thought that the person who always helped her, tried his best to get close to her, wanted to invite her on a date, and made her yearn for him, was actually a small person wearing a mask? However, what Felix said was indeed true. It was because she was too naive that she yearned for someone who obviously had an ulterior motive. She lifted her head and looked at the starry night sky. What was unbelievable was that at this moment, her heart actually recovered its calmness. It's over. What's wrong? A familiar voice came from in front of Charlotte, mocking her. Playing the sentimental character isn't something you're good at. Charlotte came to her senses and cast her gaze forward, allowing a face with a faint smile to enter her eyes. Looking at the face that she'd known for less than 10 days, Charlotte had the urge to throw herself into his arms and cry. Sigmund. Nagisa walked up to Charlotte. She looked at the bloodied Sigmund and said worriedly, Are you all right? I'm fine, it just looks serious. Sigmund's voice was a bit low but still as calm as ever. The automaton lives on the magic power of its user. As long as Charles provides me with magic power and doesn't damage Eve's heart, I can heal all kinds of wounds. But it still needs time, right? Natsuki turned around and looked at Canon. Canon, please heal Sigmund. Yes. Canon nodded obediently. She walked up to Charlotte and took Sigmund from Charlotte's arms. Thank you. Charlotte stiffly thanked Natsuki with an unnatural tone. Sorry to trouble you. It's rare to see you so straightforward. Wu Yen glanced at Charlotte and shrugged. Or is Countess Bila's eldest daughter finally going to change her fiery temper? You have a fiery temper, I'm sorry. Charlotte snorted and turned her head away. Then, as if she couldn't look Wu Yen in the eye, she stuttered and opened her mouth. Tomorrow? Wu Yen looked at Charlotte with a puzzled look. Tomorrow? Charlotte's face stiffened as she shouted loudly. Practice. Don't forget. Huh. Wu Yen is flabbergasted. You're still in the mood to practice after such a big thing happened? Don't say that. Sigmund, who was lying in Canon's arms, said. No matter what, Charles chose to believe you after struggling for an entire night between you and Felix. He's still worthy of your praise, Sigmund. Charlotte immediately jumped up from her seat. Do you want me to replace your chicken with toilet paper for tomorrow's breakfast? Then, let the lone meat, it's not even food. Ha! Other than the confused Ikaros, Natsuki, and the embarrassed Charlotte, Wu Yen, Astria, Nagisa, and Canon all laughed out loud. On the roof of the central lecture hall, Magnus was like a god looking disdainfully at the ground. Under the silver mask, only one eye could be seen, and he was looking at the ground in the distance. Over there, Wu Yen and a bunch of other girls are having a good time, laughing and fooling around. Around Magnus stood a bunch of young and beautiful girls who looked like blooming flowers. They looked down at Wu Yen and didn't say a word. All of a sudden, the girls all turned their heads and looked in a certain direction. How strange. There, Kimberly completely ignored the girls staring at her. She first glanced at the ground before looking at Magnus. We're famous for being cold, never interacting with anyone, and never showing any interest in anything. Magnus, the one with the best grades in the history of the academy, the one closest to the position of Demon King, is actually interested in someone? Magnus didn't respond to Kimberly's question. He didn't show any respect to his teacher. However, Kimberly didn't lose interest and continued to ask. What's wrong? Could it be that the previous encounter with the last place really made you feel that you can't beat him? This time, Magnus finally had some reaction. Didn't he say the same thing? Magnus raised his head slightly and responded without turning his head. Both of us have been holding back. If we don't fight, we don't know who will win. Oh? Kimberly chuckled. You didn't deny your interest in him? Magnus fell silent. Kimberly seemed to have lost her motivation to continue asking. She turned around and looked at Wu Yen, who was talking to the girls. Actually, we are also interested in him. Kimberly's eyes flashed. He clearly has 5 automatons with such high performance and strength, but we can't find out his background at all. We can't even find out who made those automatons. However, after checking the information written on the admission application, the result is all true. This is just too strange. After saying that, Kimberly said to Magnus, Don't worry. Just like a student in the academy who also has a powerful multiple automaton, but can't find out anything about it. Magnus glanced at Kimberly, turned around, and walked down. Peh. Kimberly shook her head. What an uncute student. Chapter 1608. Amidst the solemn music, the sky above the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy reverberated with boiling cheers. The dove symbolizing peace flew over the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy as if it was purposely arranged. In the open space in front of the clock tower of the academy, students wearing long black coats that resembled formal attire gathered together. At this moment, the eyes of these students were filled with passion as they looked in the direction of the clock tower. There was a platform there, and there was also a burly old man with a full beard, tan skin, and a sharp glint in his eyes. The dean of the Walpurgis Royal School of Engineering, Edward Gillian, was a man who had a lot of experience in his life. Rutherford. The moment the solemn music ended, the dean on the platform opened his eyes and spoke loudly. Rai Shin. Step forward. As soon as he finished speaking, Raisin, who was wearing a uniform, brought Yaya, who was wearing a kimono, up to the platform and in front of the dean. I'm Edward Snowden. In the name of Rutherford, Your Excellency is recognized as the candidate of the Devil King and is allowed to attend Valpraki's party. A tray full of carvings was placed in front of Lei Zhen after the dean's words. It's on the tray. A pair of fingerless gloves, completely black in color and exquisitely sewn with gold thread, lay on top of the gloves, which were completely black and made of the finest silk. The gloves shone with a luster. It was a glove that could only be obtained by students who were qualified to participate in the night meeting. The moment they obtained this pair of gloves, the student who owned the gloves would be crowned with the title, Gauntlet Holder. Among the 1237 students in the entire Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy, only less than 100 of them possessed this title. The Gauntlet Holder will be qualified to participate in the night gathering. In other words, Lei Zhen now had the right to participate in the night party. After learning that Felix had been arrested, he could no longer take down the magic liquor, K-Balkandi, as a reward. After obtaining the qualification to join the night party, Lei Zhen brought Yaya along to challenge the gauntlet in the academy like crazy. This kind of behavior earned Lei Zhen the title of Mad Dog. However, it did make Lei Zhen's name known. The executive department of the night party recognized Lei Zhen's strength. Lei Zhen was approved to become a gauntlet holder and obtained the qualification to participate in the night party. Standing in front of the platform, Lei Zhen looked at the tray in front of him and looked at the position of the wrist part. There, a landing code embroidered with gold thread shined with a dazzling luster, shining under the sun. Login codenym, sex can last. In other words, he was second to last. Lei Zhen's mouth twitched slightly when he saw that his login code was actually his own ranking. You're ranked 100th in the night meeting. It was as if he had dealt the final blow to Lei Zhen. The dean made the declaration expressionlessly. Is there a problem? No. Lei Zhen took a deep breath and took the tray. Then he took Yaya and retreated to the back. The dean nodded and looked at the person beside Lei Zhen. Wu Yan, step forward. The entire place fell silent. Wu Yan led Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon in their white night outfits. They parted the crowd and they slowly walked up the platform. This reaction was completely different from when Lei Zhen was on stage. However, that was only natural. After all, the person in front of him had not only gone up against the #1 student in the academy, Magnus, but also had the upper hand. Now, he had defeated Felix, one of the 13 meet players, who was ranked 4th. He was clearly just a freshman, but he was already so powerful. Furthermore, he had 5 automatons that were second only to Magnus in the academy, and all of them were extremely beautiful girls. It was impossible for him not to attract attention. When they arrived in front of the headmaster actually put on a smile and declared loudly, I'm Edward Snowden. In the name of Rutherford, I recognize you as a candidate for the Demon King and allow you to participate in the Walpurgis evening banquet. After saying that, the headmaster personally picked up a tray and placed it in front of Wu Yan. On the tray was a pair of high-quality black gloves similar to Lei Zhen's. There was only one difference between the gloves and Lei Zhen's. It was the code embroidered with golden thread on the wrist of the gloves. Scarlet eyes. Scarlet tays. Looking at the gloves on the tray, Wu Yan really wanted to refuse. He didn't want to participate in the evening banquet, it was something he had already decided on. However, the evening banquet executive department recognized Wu Yan's strength and announced that he was qualified to participate in the evening banquet. Therefore, even if he didn't want to participate, Wu Yan had to come here to get the gloves and go through the motions. If he really didn't want to participate, he could just forfeit when the time comes. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan decided to participate in the ceremony today. The headmaster's next sentence caused an uproar among the students. Your evening banquet is ranked 4th. The headmaster smiled meaningfully in front of all the students and the shocked Wu Yan. Is there a problem? It was the same scene as Lei Zhen, but this time, there was a lot of noise. 4th place? Didn't that mean Wu Yan was about to become one of the top 13 in the academy? The 4th place was also Felix's previous ranking. Could it be because Wu Yan defeated Felix that the headmaster and the evening banquet executive department decided to let him replace Felix's position? As a puppet user, your strength is clear for all to see. Amidst the noisy crowd, the headmaster's voice clearly traveled into everyone's ears. I believe that you have the qualifications to be ranked this way. If anyone disagrees, you can step forward and explain your reasons. If it is reasonable, this ranking can be changed. The moment the headmaster said that, the crowd quieted down. Although it was noisy, who would actually object to Wu Yan replacing Felix's position? That was someone who had defeated Felix and was able to fight against Magnus. Since no one has any objections, it is decided. The headmaster looked at Wu Yan with an expression that said he expected. Wu Yan, do you have any objections? Wu Yan met the headmaster's gaze. Coincidentally, the headmaster was also staring at Wu Yan. Or rather, he was sizing up Wu Yan. His sharp eyes were filled with an unfathomable light. Wu Yan sighed inwardly when he saw this. Forget it, it doesn't matter what my rank is. Anyway, he wasn't going to participate. Immediately, Wu Yan nodded in agreement. No objections. Seeing that Wu Yan had agreed, Canon immediately stepped forward and took the tray for Wu Yan. Then, the group retreated to Lei Zhen's side. The dean lowered his voice and spoke to Wu Yan and Lei Zhen in a friendly tone. Then I, the dean of the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy, hereby acknowledge that you are the official gauntlet from now on. The students cheered once again, bringing the simple award ceremony to an end. Under the gaze of all the students present, Wu Yan and Lei Zhen stood on the platform. They looked at each other and smiled. Next time, I won't lose again, Lei Zhen said resolutely. I will defeat you at the night party. We don't have to wait until the night gathering. After all, I'm not sure if I'll show up at the night gathering. If you want to challenge me, feel free to do so at any time. Wu Yan smiled as he looked at Lei Zhen's determined eyes. I've said it before. Although I hate trouble, I'm never afraid of challenges. The two of them looked at each other with a sharp look in their eyes at the same time. They reached out their hands at the same time and held each other's hands. The cheers of the students continued. Chapter 1609. Unpleasant. It's so unpleasant. In the student cafeteria, Charlotte violently cut the toast on the plate in front of her while venting her dissatisfaction with an indignant expression. How did a guy who came to the academy for less than 10 days become a gauntlet holder and one of the 13 people? Calm down, Seal. Sigmund, who was enjoying a chicken dish on the dining table, said coldly as he held a small piece of chicken in his little dragon claw. You're not upset because Wu Yan became a gauntlet or because he's one of the 13 meat players. You're upset because he's ranked higher than you, right? That's right. Charlotte choked and blurted out, as if she had nothing to lose. How can a guy whose theoretical score is so bad that he could hand in a blank paper be ranked higher than me? In the Walpurgis Royal Magic Academy, Charlotte was ranked 6th among the 100 participants of the night gathering. Charlot had spent more than a year to achieve this ranking. While improving his ingenious magic, he had also worked hard on his studies. She only got the ranking after she got the best results. In comparison, Wu Yan, who came to the academy for less than 10 days, had already handed in a blank paper. He was originally the last among the 1237 students, but now, he had climbed to 4th place. How could she not be dissatisfied? That's true, Sigmund replied casually as he continued to enjoy his chicken. However, you also know that the selection method for the 100 participants of the night meeting is different, right? Hearing this, Charlotte fell silent. Indeed, The selection method for the 100 gauntlet holders who could participate in the night gathering was different. Those gauntlets who can participate in the night gatherings. First, it was decided by the results of the Academy's regular tests. Every student's score in each subject would be tabulated. Then, the average score was calculated and the top 100 students were selected from the 4 years of the Walpurgis Royal Magic Academy. This was the way the Night Party Executive Department chose the gauntlet. However, because of the selection process, it was easier for the first-year students to get better grades than the students of the other 3 years. After all, the first-year students just came to the academy. Even if they participated in the regular tests, the number of tests they took was much less than the senior students. Under such circumstances, as long as the first-year students in the first few tests, occasionally, they would get better results and their average score would increase greatly. Their ranking would also increase by a lot. For example, if Wu Yan and Lei Zhen were able to get into the top 100 in the last test, they would be qualified to participate in the night gathering. That was because the academic strength test was the last test before the night meeting. However, the other senior students had gone through the tests again and again. Some had good results and some had bad results. If the average score was used to calculate, the score would be very unstable. That was to say, the method of selecting the participants of the night gathering was very advantageous for those students who had fewer tests. In other words, the selection method was not directly related to one's combat ability. However, the night gathering was a competition to select the best puppet users. Strength was the key factor. This kind of selection method was undoubtedly in conflict with the most fundamental purpose of the night gathering. Therefore, after the night gathering executive department selected the top 100 students with the best results, they would arrange about half of the rankings, the top 49, according to the strength of their combat ability. In other words, the top 49 were completely arranged according to the strength of the puppet users. With the 50th place as the dividing line, the 50th place and the 50th place and below were arranged according to the results. Therefore, the 50th place and below in the night gathering were mostly occupied by junior students who had little combat experience but had excellent results. The 50th place and above were all occupied by senior students who were truly at the top of the academy. It was easy to imagine how powerful a student like Charlotte, who was able to enter the ranks of the 13 in her second year, was. A powerful puppet user would not be ranked below the 50th place. This was something that all the students in the academy knew. And to be able to become one of the 13 in the second year, not only did it prove one's strength, it also proved that one's talent was a level higher than the others. As for being able to become one of the 13 in his first year, one could imagine how shocking it was. By the way, Charlotte is a second-year student, Raisin is a transfer student, so he's also a second-year student. Wu Yan, on the other hand, signed up as a first-year student because he's never learned any magic tricks before, so he wanted to start from scratch. Charlotte and Raisin were Wu Yan's seniors. As long as you have the strength, you will be able to enter the top 50. Wu Yan's strength is comparable to Magnus, and he even defeated Felix. I think fourth place is a bit unfair for him. Sigmund raised his head and looked at Charlotte. Come to think of it, Seal, he's your friend. Now that he's one of the Meet 13, don't you want to go and celebrate for him? Friend. Charlotte seemed to feel that this word was very new to her. She paused for a moment and then muttered with some hesitation. I want to go and celebrate for him. But now that he's a gauntlet, he'll become Charlotte's enemy sooner or later. Thinking of this, Charlotte couldn't help but think of Felix and Felix's evaluation. Naive. This person who just became her friend and said he didn't want to participate in the night party has now become a gauntlet. In that case, would she still be able to get along with him in a friendly manner like before? Haven't I already decided to defeat everyone who gets in my way? In order to become the Demon King, she alienated anyone who could become her enemy. Because that person said he didn't want to participate in the night party, she let down her guard and went to interact with him. But now, he's still her enemy. Not only that, but because they had practiced together, Felix clearly knew his strength, knew Sigmund's magic, and knew his fighting style. Furthermore, Felix had the strength to fight against Magnus and defeat Felix. Charlotte could imagine that if the two of them were to fight, it would only take an instant for Charlotte to be defeated. Charlotte couldn't help but be on guard. She didn't want to be called naive anymore. Seal? As if he saw through Charlotte's thoughts, Sigmund spoke in a deep voice. I think Wu Yen can be trusted. Trust? Charlotte laughed self-deprecatingly. But I've already been betrayed once, Sigmund said in response to Charlotte's self-deprecation. I think you've known for a long time that Felix would betray you. Charlotte was stunned. Indeed, you've been longing for the Felix who's always helped you and treated you gently. Or perhaps you're still longing for him even now, but you're only longing for that fake Felix. The real Felix isn't the Felix you like. Sigmund's words hit Charlotte's heart one by one. Perhaps you didn't realize it yourself, but in your subconscious, you've long suspected that Felix is trying to get close to you with ulterior motives. The proof is that even after struggling for an entire night, the person you chose to trust is still the friend you just met, not the person you like. Sigmund sighed. Since you chose to trust him, then trust him until the end. Charlotte was speechless. Chapter 1610. Walpurgis Wang Li Ji Academy, Tortoise Hut. In the end, I still got into trouble. Lying on a bed, Wu Yen raised his hand and looked at the black glove on his hand. His fingers were not covered, and the back of his hand was empty. There were only 2 intersecting black bands. On his wrist, there were a few English letters embroidered with golden thread, Scarlet Tays. Login codename, Scarlet Eyes. Twitching his lips, Wu Yen lowered his hand and looked at the ceiling. Since I'm going to participate, why don't you give me a better login code? Isn't it too casual to use the color of my pupils to decide my login code? I think it's pretty good, Scarlet Eyes. Sasaba, who was tidying up the laundry with Canon and Ikaros, tilted her head and blinked her cute big eyes. In our world, the second true ancestor's name is Scarlet Tays. You're also a true ancestor, it's not bad to have such a name. Why don't you just let me inherit Agrora's title? Wu Yen waved his hand while still lying on the bed. Fiery Night Earl, she's obviously a super cute girl. Why would she have such a title? To be precise, Fiery Night isn't Agrora's name, it's the 4th true ancestor's code, right? Natsuki's blue eyes flashed with nostalgia. She seemed to be thinking about the days she spent on Itagami Island. She glanced at Wu Yen when she regained her senses. You should be glad that you didn't get tricked like Raishin. Otherwise, I will give you a last stone login code. You'll be famous by then. That's true, Master. Astria was lying on the bed opposite Wu Yen. She pressed her pair of plump breasts onto the soft bed, flattening them. Are you going to participate in that meeting? Night meeting? Wu Yen shook his head without hesitation. Forget it, it's useless for me to participate in the meeting. I don't want to become a demon king. I might as well focus on completing the demigod path mission. You won't be able to play that kind of game. Natsuki closed her eyes. She laid on the back of the sofa. You're ranked 4th. How long would he have to wait before he could go on stage if he were to attend the night party? Wu Yen shrugged. Nagisa looked at him in confusion. Does the ranking have anything to do with the time? Of course not. Why would the Academy waste so much effort to come up with such a pointless ranking? Natsuki tapped her fan against the armrest of the sofa as she spoke. The gauntlet holders who are ranked at the top have preferential treatment. First of all, the order of appearance is already preferential treatment. Preferential treatment? Nagisa, Canon, and Astria stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Natsuki. Even Ikaros turned to look at Natsuki with her indigo eyes. Since you're interested, let's hear it. Natsuki shook her head. I've heard that the night party is based on the competition system of Royal Breast Battle. Royal Battle of the Breasts? Nagisa said with uncertainty. I think I've heard of that term before. I remember it's a special format to make the audience more excited. Every once in a while a participant will join in, right? Correct. Correct. Natsuki nodded. The night party of the academy is only held at night. That's why it's called Walpurgis's party. On the first night, the 100th and 99th place will fight each other. No matter what the result is, the 98th place will have to fight on the second night. Next night, the 97th place must join the battle as well. Every other night, a new gauntlet must join the fray. Wu Yen stood up and glanced at the girls before adding on his instructions. Moreover, the battle has a time limit. Before the clock rings at midnight, the battle will start. If there is no winner after midnight, the battle will end. The next night, a new enemy will join the battle, and the battle will begin. This is the uniqueness of the night meeting. The more survivors there are, the more chaotic the battle will be. In fact, there was even a possibility that those who were ranked lower would band together to waste time and work together to defeat those who were ranked higher. Isn't it easy to have an unfair result like this? Cannon spoke with a confused expression. If someone keeps stalling for time, they can stay in the arena and wait until the 100th night. They might have some ace up their sleeves and defeat the first place. That doesn't prove that they're the best gauntlet user, right? Yes. If the 100th place player can survive until the end, that's a skill. Wu Yen chuckled. Also, the 100th place player is the only one without special privileges. Special privileges? Nagisa, Cannon, and Astria were dumbfounded. Nagisa, Cannon, and Astria were confused. When facing an opponent with a lower ranking than you, those with a higher ranking have the right to choose not to fight. Natsuki was the one who answered this question. When facing a higher-ranked opponent, the lower-ranked person has to stay in the arena for a full hour. After that, the lower-ranked person can leave the arena and wait for the second night. Aside from Astria, who's an idiot with an IQ of 9, Nagisa and Cannon understood what Wu Yen and Natsuki meant. If the 100th ranker wants to stay on the battlefield until the 100th night, he would have to spend a full hour on the battlefield every day, accumulating a total of 100 hours. Wu Yen said with a tone that sounded like he's full of admiration. Those ranked after the 50th place all relied on their results, but those ranked before the 50th place are all people with strength. The 100th place is at the bottom of the rankings, and his strength is not enough to be ranked in the top 50. Facing so many strong enemies, he can still last until the last night. If he can become the Demon King, there should be no one who will object to it. The higher-ranked person has the right to not fight. Once it's the higher-ranked person's turn, no matter how many people there are other than the highest-ranked person, no one else has the right to be absent. They have to stay in the arena for a full hour. Natsuki said disinterestedly. With the addition of one person every night, if the fourth-place player wants to fight, they have to wait until the fourth night. Not necessarily. Wu Yen shrugged. Those with a high ranking also have the right to be automatically demoted. So, if I want to fight, I can directly drop to the 100th or 99th place and I can fight on the first night. Then, Cannon met Wu Yan's gaze with her breathtaking eyes. B. Oniai-chan, do you want to fight? There's no reason for me to fight. Wu Yan sighed. He raised his hand and looked at his glove. Forget it, I'll just go with the flow. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Cannon nodded in agreement. For the girls, there's no need to consider whether they want to participate in the night party. As long as Wu Yen decides to participate, they will participate. It's that simple. Clang. At this moment, there was a knock on the window. Everyone in the room paused for a moment before they looked at each other and smiled. Natsuki, the smallest person in the room, looked like an old woman. She glanced at Wu Yen from the corner of her eyes. It's that brat, right? I think so. Wu Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She's the only one I'm familiar with in the academy. No one else would come looking for me, let alone using this method. Let's go take a look. Natsuki closed her eyes and said, That brat should be very lost right now. Lost? Nagisa, Cannon, and Astria were confused again. It seems like Natsuki is the only one who saw through Charlotte's thoughts. All right. Wu Yen hesitated for a moment before standing up. I'll go take a look. Master! Ikaros stood up. Wu Yen patted Ikaros's head to comfort her. I'll be fine. Ikaros nodded. Chapter 1612. Valpurgis Royal Mecha Academy, an open space in the depths of the forest, Rasterkaen. A delicate shout resounded from the sky above the open space and fell, and the sharp sound of breaking through the air also resounded through the sky. In the open space, a deadly beam of light shot out like a shooting star with a piercing sound. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of a beautiful girl with a pair of pure white wings who was holding a laser lightsaber and was as beautiful as an angel. Astria's expression didn't change in the face of such a powerful beam. Her crimson eyes flickered as she thrusted her laser lightsaber at a certain point on the side of the beam. Boom! Instantly, a ferocious power erupted from the girl's slender and voluptuous body. Through the laser light sword in her hand, she exerted all of her power on the side of the incoming light beam. She actually forcefully shook off the fatal light beam that could destroy everything and sent it flying. Looking at this scene, Charlotte, who was standing on top of Sigmund's gigantic dragon head, gasped in shock. Not only was the laser lightsaber not destroyed when it collided with the element of destruction, it even sent the raster cannon flying. How is this possible? I don't have time to distract you, Charlotte. While Charlotte's heart was in shock, a teasing voice drilled into her ears. Then, a magical light flashed at the corner of the clearing and entered Astria's body. Cut. Astria shouted. She flapped her wings and dashed forward, leaving afterimages in her wake. She appeared above Sigmund in the blink of an eye with her laser sword in hand. She aimed at Sigmund's head without any fancy moves. She swung it down. Whoosh! The vibrating laser lightsaber whistled through the air, accompanied by the sound of the wind. The strong wind caused Charlotte's uniform to stick tightly to her body as she stood on Sigmund's head. Sigmund! Charlotte didn't dare to be careless. She quickly gave the order. Then he poured the mana in his body into Sigmund's body. Roar! Sigmund roared in anger. He swung his dragon tail like a whip towards Astria, who was coming at him. It collided with the laser lightsaber that was slashing down with great force. Clang! The laser lightsaber and the steel-colored dragon tail collided with each other. The clear sound of metal clashing also sounded. Sparks violently flashed in the air above the empty space. Thick airwaves also swept out from the point of collision, causing the large and small figure and dragon figure to rapidly retreat. Astria did a somersault in the air and flapped her wings again to stabilize herself. Sigmund, on the other hand, retreated quite a distance before he managed to stabilize himself. The scales on his dragon tail cracked and blood flowed out. Wu Yan's eyes flashed as he looked at Sigmund, who stopped in midair. Dense magical power surged out of his body and turned into gas. It surged towards Astria. A moment later, Astria released a terrifying aura. The laser lightsaber in her hand vibrated as it sliced through the air around her. Upon seeing this, Charlot's expression changed. Immediately after, a considerable amount of mana surged out from his body and flowed into Sigmund's body. With the infusion of Charlot's mana, Sigmund's body suddenly expanded. A bloody light flashed in his eyes as he opened his mouth, and a terrifying energy condensed, making Sigmund's mouth flash with a dazzling light. The laser lightsaber in her hand vibrated more and more frequently. At a certain point, Astria's crimson eyes turned sharp. She gripped the hilt of her sword tightly and charged forward. Before she reached Sigmund, the laser lightsaber in her hand slashed down at him from afar. Rasterkaen. At the same time, Charlotte gave the order. The blinding light inside Sigmund's mouth exploded and turned into a beam of light. It pierced through space and shot towards Astria. Astria's laser lightsaber landed on the incoming laser beam. She didn't know if it was a calculated move or not, but her laser lightsaber landed on the incoming laser beam. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the sword clashed with the light beam. A thunderous explosion erupted from Astria's position, sending a wave of fire and dust into the air. Whoosh! Suddenly, a hole was pierced through the center of the fire wave and smoke, leaving behind an empty area. Astria shot out like an arrow and arrived in front of Charlotte and Sigmund, who couldn't react in time. She swung her laser sword at Astria. "Stop!" Wu Yen shouted when Astria's laser sword was about to hit Sigmund's body. "Stop here!" The laser lightsaber stopped less than 5 centimeters away from Sigmund's chest and slowly dissipated. "Yay!" The illusory frame in her eyes disappeared along with her cold aura. Astria flapped her wings and cheered in the air. "I won again! Dua!" Charlotte hugged her head and shook it like she couldn't accept it. "Why did I lose again? Why can't I win? How did Astria manage to knock the raster cannon away?" Logically speaking, Astria's laser sword should have been obliterated by the element of destruction when it collided with the raster cane. In the end, not only was the laser lightsaber not destroyed, it was sent flying instead. It's not that it wasn't obliterated, it just regenerated at high speed. Wu Yen chuckled when he saw Charlotte hugging her head like a child. Astria's magic allows her to control particles to form laser lightsabers. No matter how many times the laser lightsaber is destroyed, it can be regenerated. That's why Astria's laser lightsaber was able to regenerate at high speed during the clash with the element of destruction. That's why she was able to send the element of destruction flying before it was destroyed again. Half of his explanation was true and half false. The fake part was that Astria's laser lightsaber wasn't formed by controlling particles. The truth was that Astria's laser lightsaber could regenerate indefinitely. Since it was a lightsaber, as long as Astria's hilt wasn't destroyed, the lightsaber could always regenerate. That works. Charlotte was stunned for a moment before she shouted unwillingly, "One more time." As if. Wu Yen rolled his eyes. "Lunch break is almost over and we haven't eaten yet. How many more times do you want to fight?" "Ugh." "Wu." Charlotte immediately whimpered. "You have to use at least 2 automatons, otherwise, it means I'm not improving at all." "Ugh. I'm also improving all the time, okay?" Wu Yen waved his hand. He turned around and he headed towards Natsuki, Ikaros, Nagisa, and Kanon, who were resting under the shade of a tree. "That's why I hope you can continue next time." That was the truth. He may not be as good as Charlotte, but his mastery of magic is still improving. His mastery of controlling and manipulating automaton is also getting better and better. The fact that Astria was able to use super regeneration to clash with Sigmund's magic and send him flying was proof of that. When the laser sword clashed with Sigmund's magic, Wu Yen used force domination on Astria. Otherwise, Astria wouldn't be able to come up with such a strategy with her limited brain. The fact that Wu Yen is able to use forceful domination proves that he has taken a solid first step on the path of puppeteer. Charlotte jumped down from Sigmund's head and brought Sigmund, who had shrunk to stand on her head, to the shade of a tree. She flicked her long blonde hair and walked to the shade. Under the shade, Ikaros, Nagisa, and Kanon laid out a cloth and sat on it with Natsuki. And in the middle of the 4 girls, there was a large pile of delicious food. It looked like a picnic. Chapter 1613. Wah! Astria's eyes glowed when she saw the delicacies on the table. She pounced on them. Author of this article. First dish, I happen to be hungry. Master. Ikaros ignored Astria, who pounced on her. She picked up a sandwich and handed it to Wu Yen. Thanks, Ikaros. Wu Yen rubbed Ikaros's head. Ikaros's indigo eyes loosened up. She looked like she's enjoying this. Wu Yen took a bite of the sandwich Ikaros gave him. He looked at the delicacies on the table and asked, "Who did all of this?" "Kanon-shun, Ikaros, and I made these." Nagisa put her hands on her hips proudly. She looked at Wu Yen expectantly. "How is it? Is it good?" "Not bad. Not bad." Wu Yen chewed on the sandwich as he gave an honest evaluation. "It's just that the taste is a little too strong. If it's a little lighter, it would be 90 points. Is the taste too strong?" Nagisa picked up a sandwich and started munching on it. "I heard the English prefer a strong taste, so Nagisa wanted to do as the Romans do. I wanted to make the taste a little heavier." "Is that so?" Astria stuffed her sandwiches into her mouth without saying a word. I think it's delicious. Haha. Wu Yen laughed dryly. To you, as long as it's food, it's delicious. Master, Ikaros said with a bit of unease. You don't like the taste? Of course not. Of course not. Wu Yen shook his head. It's just that I prefer a lighter taste. If Ikaros likes a stronger taste, we can make it that way from now on. No. Ikaros shook her head. Whatever Master likes, Ikaros will like. Oh. Wu Yen lovingly reached out his hand and patted Ikaros' head. Then, big brother. Canon placed a plate of pastries in front of Wu Yen. Try this. This one has a lighter taste. All right, Teacher Nangong's words. Do you want to drink black tea? Nagisa took out a tea set from a basket and poured out a cup of black tea excitedly. Nagisa is prepared as well, but Nagisa just learned from Ikaros and Kanon-chan. Minamiya-sensei, please don't dislike Nagisa's black tea. As long as you have the heart. Natsuki looked at Nagisa. It was as if he was looking at his own sister. Become amiable. And intimate. Natsuki's current appearance was far too different from the usual Natsuki who had no interest in anything, as if everything in the world was beneath her. Wu Yen almost fell into a daze. It turned out that this legal loli could also be gentle at times. Natsuki glared at Wu Yen with an icy glare. Were you thinking about something rude just now? I'm starting to suspect that you're a mind reader instead of a space manipulation magic. Standing at the side, Charlotte, who was hugging Sigmund, looked at this extremely harmonious scene and exchanged a glance with Sigmund. Both of their expressions were somewhat strange, but also somewhat peaceful. Hey! Charlotte walked up to Wu Yen and lowered her voice. You have a really good relationship with your automaton? Close? Wu Yen nodded nonchalantly. It's all right, aren't you close with Sigmund as well? That's different. That's different. Charlotte shook her head. Sigmund watched me grow up since I was a child. He even bathed me during labor. To me, Sigmund is like a father. I see. Wu Yen nodded thoughtfully. He looked at Sigmund and teased him. Then you must have it tough, Sigmund, to have such a stubborn daughter. It's all right, don't be fooled by Seal's appearance. She's just an ordinary girl. Sigmund's calm voice revealed a hint of kindness. You definitely wouldn't have guessed that Charles was playing house until he was 14 or 15 years old before he started to feel that it was too childish. Sigmund. Charlotte flew into a rage out of humiliation. Be careful, or I'll replace all of your chicken with natto. I'm not a bird, Seal. If I only eat natto, my body won't be able to take it. Wu Yen and the others laughed out loud when they saw the interaction between the two. Miss Charlotte. Canon said politely. Please sit down and try our food. Charlotte shook her head, embarrassed. That won't be necessary. Why are you being so polite? Wu Yen pulled Charlotte's hand and pulled her in. For those who cook, the happiest thing is watching others happily eat the food they make. Don't hurt Canon, Nagisa, and Ikaros' feelings because of your politeness. Then, all right then. Charlotte could only sit down obediently. She picked up a sandwich and took a bite. Her eyes lit up. It's not bad. Really? Nagisa smiled happily. Any more? Okay. Charlotte lowered her head as if she was not used to it. She looked like a child who had come to a stranger's house as a guest, causing everyone to feel a burst of laughter. But that's not surprising. In the academy, Charlotte gave everyone a negative impression. Hence, if she wasn't feared, she was loathed by others. It had been a long time since Charlotte was bathed in kindness like this, right? You seem to be getting stronger and stronger. Charlotte suddenly said as she sat on the tablecloth. The night gathering is about to begin. With my current strength, I'll lose right away if I fight you, right? Wu Yen paused in the middle of delivering the sandwich to his mouth. After thinking for a bit, he said, Are you planning to admit defeat? If it was the usual Charlotte, she would have retorted and said, I am the Charlotte of the Bilo family. But this time, Charlotte seemed to be deeply moved as she spoke softly. In the past, I didn't understand how a freshman like you could be so strong that even Magnus would be suppressed by you. Now, I roughly understand." As she said this, Charlotte's gaze swept across her surroundings. She glanced at Natsuki, who was drinking tea with her eyes closed. She glanced at Nagisa, who was drinking tea with a smile on her face. She glanced at Ikaros, who was holding a basket and staring at Wu Yen. He glanced at Kanon, who was arranging the dishes on the tablecloth and arranging them neatly. She glanced at Astria, who was happily munching on a sandwich. "You and them trust each other." Charlotte spoke her mind. "That's why you are stronger than anyone else." Basically, puppeteers could control the automaton under their control at will. Even if it was an automaton with strong self-discipline, it could still be controlled by using the method of force domination. However, the automaton isn't a normal automaton. The automaton had the ability to judge and have a strong sense of self. If the coordination and synchronization rate between the puppeteer and the automaton was too low, the automaton's movements would become sluggish, and the puppeteer's mana consumption would increase. Therefore, if a puppeteer and an automaton could understand each other and connect their minds, then they would be able to unleash more than 120% of the automaton's power. That's why Charlotte said that. Because Wu Yen and the girls have 120% trust in each other, leaving everything to each other, this bond, this understanding, became the key to Wu Yan's rapid mastery of his magic. After all, the so-called trick magic was performed through the cooperation of the puppeteer and the automaton, wasn't it? Looking at Wu Yan's profile, Charlotte couldn't help but recall Sigmund's words as she mumbled to herself. "Trust him until the end." Chapter 16-14. Walpurgis Wang Liji Academy, Tortoise Hut. After returning to the male dormitory, Nagisa, Ikaros, and Kanon suddenly stopped when they passed by the cafeteria on the first floor. Oniai-chan. Kanon wasn't used to calling Wu Yen by this name. She tugged at Wu Yan's sleeve as he was about to head back to his room. "You can go back with Minamiya-sensei and Astria. Nagisa, Ikaros, and I need to go to the cafeteria's kitchen." "The cafeteria's kitchen?" Natsuki and Astria stopped. Wu Yen turned around to look at Nagisa, Kanon, and Ikaros with a confused look. "Why are we going to the cafeteria's kitchen?" "To fulfill our promise." Nagisa giggled. "We talked to the person in charge of the kitchen this morning and asked them to lend us the kitchen. When we come back, we will work in the kitchen as a reward." At this point, Wu Yen and Natsuki finally understood how the dishes were made. In Walpurgis Wang Li Academy, other than the cafeteria in the middle of the main street, the only place that provides food for the students is the cafeteria in the student dormitory. Due to the cafeteria and the cafeteria providing food, the students didn't have kitchen utensils in their rooms. It was the same even in the dormitories of the most outstanding students. Wu Yen and Natsuki were puzzled at first. They didn't know how these dishes were made. But now they know the answer. Then, Astria raised her hand impatiently. "Let me help." Nagisa blinked and scratched her cheeks. "But Astria-chan, you don't even know how to fold clothes, right? Can you help?" Astria choked. She clenched her fists and yelled with a determined expression. "As an all-purpose angel, I'm the strongest in close combat. It's just a human job. I can do it if I learn it." "Oh, really?" Nagisa and Kanon looked at each other. They didn't know whether they should believe Astria or not. "Master." Ikaros spoke in a soft voice. "In the past, Astria helped me in the kitchen." "Oh." Wu Yen didn't expect this. "So she already did it. Then get Astria to help out. There shouldn't be any problem." However, Ikaros didn't even get to say the word title before her next sentence froze everyone's face. That day, everyone didn't get to eat. Ikaros sounded like she was telling a story, her tone as calm as an ancient well. Astria used Chrysor when she was cutting the fish and sliced the kitchen in half. Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon were speechless. "Astria." Wu Yen grabbed Astria's shoulder and he said in a serious tone. Leave this to Ikaros and Canon. Astria grumbled in dissatisfaction. But why? I'm good at doing chores at home. Nagisa smiled sheepishly. So leave it to me. It won't be a problem. I do chores all the time too. Canon chimed in. I'll be of help. Ikaros, on the other hand, couldn't bear to see Astria sobbing like this. If you want to help, you can. Before Ikaros could finish, Nagisa and Canon covered her mouth. Then I'll leave this to you. To prevent any accidents from happening, Wu Yen grabbed Astria's hand and said that. If there's anything, just call out my name in your mind. You've all set up a telepathic skill. If you call out to me, I'll be able to sense it. Then he pulled Astria, who was pouting with a displeased expression, and quickly walked towards his room. Natsuki sighed and turned around. Her blue eyes landed on Ikaros, Nagisa, and Canon. Come back when you're done, don't stay outside for too long. Got it, Minamiya-sensei. Nagisa and Canon replied obediently. Ikaros nodded as well. Seeing this, Natsuki turned around and walked towards her room. Then, Canon-chan and I will go help out in the kitchen. Nagisa waved her hand enthusiastically. Ikaros, I'll have to trouble you to do some shopping. Shopping? Ikaros tilted her head in confusion. What shopping? Yeah. Soy sauce, right? Canon reminded her. When you borrowed the kitchen this morning, you asked us to remember to buy soy sauce when you come back. Soy sauce. Ikaros paused. She seemed to be recalling what soy sauce looked like. She nodded after a while. Got it. Then I'll have to trouble you. Nagisa and Canon waved at Ikaros and walked towards the kitchen, chatting and laughing. Soy sauce. Ikaros stood there in a daze. She muttered the word soy sauce and walked out of the tortoise dormitory. The sky is starting to redden. It's almost evening. One by one, students came out from all directions of the main street and came out from the buildings. They chatted with each other and walked in other directions, making the entire main street seem lively. Ikaros was wearing a white long jacket with red edges and a red short skirt. As she walked down the main street, her pair of indigo eyes revealed a pitiful expression. Under the dim light of the evening sun, she was as beautiful as a goddess who had just fallen into the mortal realm and didn't know how to return to the heavens. Instantly, the noisy surroundings quieted down. So pretty. She looks like an angel. Who is she? Is she a student too? Which year is she from? That uniform, I think I've seen it somewhere before. I remember now. Isn't that the uniform worn by the automaton from Scarlet Eyes? As soon as the sentence rang out, the surrounding boys, who more or less had a hint of surprise and lust in their eyes, felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. They shuddered and looked at Ikaros with some fear in their eyes. Under the gazes of shock, fear, curiosity, and scrutiny, Ikaros lowered her head and walked down the main street. She slowly walked away from the noisy crowd. But not long after, Ikaros stopped in her tracks and froze on the spot. Buy soy sauce? Where should I buy soy sauce? Ikaros, who had been staying in Walpurgis Wangli School for quite some time, wasn't exactly unfamiliar with the place. But since the meals were all provided by the dorm cafeteria, let alone Ikaros, perhaps not a single student in the school had ever come out to buy soy sauce before. Although it's not that she's unfamiliar with the place, it's true that Ikaros hasn't been in Walpurgis Wangli Robotics Academy for a long time. She really doesn't know where to shop. She doesn't even know if there's a place that sells things in the academy. After standing there for a full 5 minutes, Ikaros raised her head and an illusory square appeared in her eyes. Wide area radar, activate. The moment her voice fell, the illusory frame in Ikaros's eyes also fluctuated. But nothing happened. Ikaros was stunned again. No. Mana. No mana. In this world, due to the restriction bracelet, not only was Ikaros suppressed to level 69, she was also restricted to the same level as an automaton. Without magic, Ikaros is just an ordinary person. And now Wu Yen isn't with Ikaros. Ikaros didn't know what to do. Wu Yen placed a telepathic spell in every girl's body. Aside from being able to sense Wu Yen when the girls are in danger, Wu Yen also said that if the girls were to call out to him in their minds, he would be able to sense it. If Ikaros were to call out to Wu Yen now, not only would Wu Yen send his mana over, he would also come in person. But Ikaros didn't want to trouble Wu Yen. Right at this moment, a young girl slowly walked over from the front. Chapter 16:15. When the girl walked into Ikaros' field of vision from the opposite side of the main street, the first thing she noticed was her dreamy long hair. It's like snow, a little different from white, and not silver at all. If you really want to describe it, you should use the color of pearls to describe it. The pearl-colored hair was tied to the right side of the girl's head with a black flower-like hair ornament, allowing the long hair to hang down in a ponytail. Under the evening sun, it shone with a peculiar luster. The girl was wearing the uniform of the Walpurgis Wang Li Academy. However, due to the girl's mature voluptuousness, the front part of her chest was open like a coat, allowing people to clearly see her fair skin and a pair of soft fleshy sides. An exceptionally long scarf was wrapped around the young girl's neck and secured. The silk ribbon fluttered behind her back, making her look exceptionally adorable. Other than that, the girl also had a pair of ruby-like eyes, abnormally fair skin, and a somewhat vacant expression on her delicate face, making her look like she was at a loss, delicate and pitiful. At first glance, this girl, other than her appearance, her temperament was a little similar to Ikaros. However, unlike Ikaros, who was pure and holy, the pearl-colored haired girl was more lovable, and in this aspect, she was quite similar to Ikaros. Next to the girl, there was a dog half the height of a person. A pitch-black wolfhound followed her every step. Compared to normal wolfhounds, it was slightly bigger. However, the wolfhound's shoulders, limbs, and the front of its head were all covered with steel-colored armor. When it walked on the ground, its steps were also powerful, and its eyes would flash with a fierce glint from time to time. Even though it was a dog, it gave off a more dangerous feeling than a wolf. From this aspect alone, it was clear that this wolfhound half the height of a person wasn't a real wolfhound. It was an automaton. The girl's automaton. Of course. Ikaros didn't pay special attention to the girl because her temperament was similar to her, or because of the wolfhound. What really attracted Ikaros' attention was the basket of sandwiches in the girl's hand. Inside the basket, other than the sandwiches, there was also a small bottle. There was some black liquid in the bottle. Soy sauce. After realizing this, Li Yundong said, Ikaros' pair of indigo eyes couldn't leave the bottle in the girl's hand. As the girl walked closer, the distance between her and Ikaros kept shrinking. Ikaros' gaze also kept following the soy sauce bottle in the girl's hand. Such an obvious display. Finally, it attracted the girl's attention. The girl's footsteps stopped on the spot, looking at Ikaros, who stood not far in front of her staring at the basket in her hand. A timid expression appeared on her face. You. The wolfhound, the girl's automaton, of which the girl's is of a person, of a girl, of course, of her of a person, and bared its teeth. However, Ikaros didn't even look at the wolfhound, still staring at the basket in the girl's hand. That. The girl mustered up her courage and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Do you need something? Ikaros didn't speak, still staring at the basket in the girl's hand. The girl tilted her head, a question mark floated above her head. Following Ikaros' gaze, she looked at the basket in her hand and timidly took a step to the left. Ikaros immediately turned her head to look at him. Do. The girl timidly took a step to the right. Ikaros turned her head again and looked to the right. This time, the girl seemed to have guessed what Ikaros was looking at. She looked at the basket in her hand suspiciously. After a while, she didn't move, but her hand moved the basket to the left. As expected, Ikaros looked over reluctantly. The girl slowly moved the basket in her hand to the left, then to the right, constantly moving. Ikaros followed the basket's trajectory, constantly shifting her line of sight. Suddenly, on the main street, a young girl moved the basket with all her might, while another young girl moved her head back and forth, following the direction of the basket. This strange scene caused the nearby students to stare in a daze. Not long after, the girl tightly gripped the handle of the basket in her hand. Her red eyes timidly looked at Ikaros. Do you want some? Ikaros finally raised her head and looked at the girl. She lightly shook her head and spat out 2 words. Soy sauce? Soy sauce? It took the girl 4 to 5 seconds to understand what Ikaros meant. She took out the soy sauce bottle from the basket in her hand and said with uncertainty, You want this? Ikaros looked straight at the girl without saying a word. Before the girl could feel uncomfortable, she nodded. I'm here to buy soy sauce. Buy soy sauce? The girl was stunned for a moment before she weakly opened her mouth. I'm not a soy sauce seller. Not a soy sauce seller. Ikaros lowered her head again. Not a soy sauce seller. Ikaros didn't pay any more attention to the girl. She turned around and lifted her foot, as if she was about to leave. Wait! The pearl-haired girl hurriedly stopped her. Gripping the soy sauce bottle in her hand, the girl hesitantly walked in front of Ikaros. Then, she handed the soy sauce bottle to Ikaros. Ikaros was stunned. She couldn't understand the situation in front of her. Here. A faint smile hung on the girl's face. Even though she still looked weak, there was a hint of gentleness in her expression. You need this, right? Ikaros was silent for a moment before she reached out and took the bottle from the girl's hand. This is for you too. The girl also passed the basket in her hand to Ikaros. Her red eyes met Ikaros' pair of indigo eyes. The ripples in their eyes were almost identical, making people want to protect them. You can't eat soy sauce. After passing the basket in her hand to Ikaros, the girl reminded her out of kindness. If you're hungry, eat this. With that, the girl bowed to Ikaros and walked past her with her black wolfhound. After a few steps, she stopped, turned around, and asked with a timid expression. You? Hearing the voice, Ikaros also turned around and stared at the girl. The girl couldn't help but shrink her neck and asked in a voice that seemed like it's about to disappear. What's your name? Me. Ikaros' indigo eyes flashed with a hint of emotion, her red lips parted slightly. Ikaros, Ikaros, is it? The girl repeated the name several times, her timid face blossomed into a beautiful smile. My name is Flay. The girl by the name of Flay extended her hand and stroked the black wolfhound by her feet. This is my family member, Robbie. Family member. Ikaros looked to the black wolfhound. The black wolfhound by the name of Robbie licked Flay's palm intimately. This sort of behavior was something that an automaton with intelligence like an ordinary person would not do. In other words, even though this black wolfhound was an automaton, its intelligence did not seem to have reached the level of a human. It should be similar to an ordinary dog. The young girl named Flay, on the other hand, called this dog-shaped automaton that did not have much intelligence, but she called it her family. If others were to hear this, they might want to laugh. However, Ikaros clenched her hands before her chest. Her heart that would only waver when she faced Wu Yen, for the first time, began to have feelings for something else. After all, Ikaros was also not a human. Until next time, after she finished her introduction, Flay bowed again. Then, she brought Robbie with her and walked toward the other side of the main street. Seeing Flay's gradually disappearing figure, Ikaros lowered her head. Her indigo eyes were fluctuating nonstop. Family member. Chapter 1616. The darkness of the night shrouded the brightly lit Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy, setting off gusts of cold wind that gently ruffled everything in the academy. Reading the latest novel, the moon was high in the sky, and the stars were twinkling. The night breeze blew through every building, every tree, every street, and every space in the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy, bringing with it a series of whistling noises that swept through every corner of the academy. In the Walpurgis Wang Li Academy, a young girl slowly walked out of the tortoise-like male dormitory that belonged to the weaker students. Pink hair swayed with the wind, 2 long ponytails moved up and down with the owner's steps, also swaying left and right with the cold wind. At the same time, the girl's short red skirt swayed in circles, exposing her fair thighs to the air from time to time, causing one to think of an elegant figure. Walking to the center of the courtyard, Ikaros gently raised her beautiful face and looked at the sky. Her indigo pupils reflected the stars in the night sky. The shadows of the stars were clearly embellished on her face. Unbeknownst to anyone, a pair of pink wings unfurled behind Ikaros' back. Pink feathers fluttered from the wings and fluttered into the night sky, carried by the night breeze. The angel-like girl stood on the ground with a pair of pink wings. Her eyes seemed to contain the entire starry sky. Her delicate face was exposed under the moonlight, like a silver veil, shimmering faintly. Beautiful. Extremely beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. This otherworldly angel stood in the courtyard of an old dormitory. She was lucky enough to be seen by the boys in the dormitory who happened to pass by their room windows. In an instant, the windows of the tortoise-like dormitory were opened one by one. The boys' heads poked out and looked at the angelic girl standing in the courtyard. His eyes were already wide open in shock. They stood there in a daze. At this moment, every window of the tortoise-like dormitory was filled with people, at least 40 to 50 of them. But these people seemed to have made an appointment. No one made a sound, as if they were afraid to break this beautiful scene that they might only see once in their lives. The boys in the tortoise-like dormitory watched quietly. There was only one thought left in their minds. Is that girl really an automaton? Or should I say, is that girl really a species that exists in this world? Impossible, right? How can there be such a beautiful person in this world? This person is definitely an angel that fell from the sky. With such thoughts, the boys in the tortoise-like dormitory were mesmerized by this scene, oblivious to the fact that this otherworldly angel's heart was filled with confusion. She clasped her hands together and placed them in front of her chest, making a praying pose. Ikaros looked at the round moon, her eyes filled with intoxicating ripples. Family. Even if they weren't human, could they still become family members with humans? Automaton? Angel? Aren't they all weapons? Weapons can become family of humans? Ikaros, who wasn't very good at emotions to begin with, fell into a deep confusion, unable to extricate herself. Ikaros couldn't help but fall into a deep state of confusion, unable to extricate herself. While Ikaros was deep in the abyss of bewilderment, the boys in the tortoiseshell dorm were looking through the window at the angelic girl bathed in moonlight with infatuation. At that moment, a person silently appeared behind Ikaros. Then, a coat draped over Ikaros' body. Ikaros was stunned for a moment before she snapped out of her daze. The moment she snapped out of her daze, a voice that was deeply engraved in her soul entered her ears. The night is very cold. It's just a simple sentence, but it instantly filled Ikaros' heart that was in a state of confusion. Ikaros tilted her head and looked at the person beside her. He was also looking up at the night sky with a pair of deep red eyes. She uttered the name that was buried deep in her heart. Master, why didn't you tell me you were coming here? Wu Yen also tilted his head, meeting Ikaros' pitiful pair of indigo eyes. You can't do this next time, it'll make me worry, Master? Ikaros' eyes twinkled and she nodded obediently to show that she understood. What's wrong? As if he could see the confusion in Ikaros' heart, Wu Yen didn't shift his gaze away. He continued to stare at Ikaros' eyes that seemed to be able to speak. If there's anything troubling you, you can discuss it with me. Troubling? Ikaros clenched her hands in front of her chest. She didn't shift her gaze away either. A hint of depression appeared in her eyes. I don't know, but the energy furnace's condition seems a little strange. Strange? Wu Yen furrowed his brows. Tell me in detail, how strange is it? Something, it feels like? Ikaros tried to find the right word and came up with the right one. It's like there's something strange going on in the furnace. There's something strange going on in the reactor. Wu Yen relaxed his furrowed brows. In other words, your heart is in a mess? What? Mess? Ikaros was startled by his words. Wu Yen turned around to face Ikaros. He asked in a serious tone. Ikaros, can you tell me what's bothering you so much? Is this what's troubling me? Ikaros crossed her arms in front of her chest. She lowered her head and fell silent. Master! When she raised her head again, there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. Can weapons become family with humans? The moment he heard that, Wu Yen understood everything. He understood why Ikaros was behaving this way, but why would Ikaros be so confused? Could it be that something happened while Ikaros wasn't by my side? Wu Yen thought about it for a bit before tossing it aside. No matter what happened, the most important thing right now is to unravel Ikaros's confusion. That's the most important thing. Ikaros. Wu Yen reached out and patted her head. Do you know what family is? Family, what is family? Ikaros's confusion deepened. This question might be too difficult for you. Wu Yen smiled. But remember, Ikaros, if there's someone who cares for you from the bottom of their heart, takes care of you, tolerates you, comforts you when you're sad, looks at you with a smile when you're happy, and protects you when you need help, then that person is not your friend, but your family. Friends, family. Ikaros murmured. Other than confusion, there's also some uneasiness in her eyes. Then, am I Master's friend, family? Wu Yen froze for a moment before smiling. His smile was unusually gentle. No, Ikaros was stunned. For me. The hand that was stroking Ikaros' head slid down and caressed Ikaros' beautiful face. He let his voice enter Ikaros' heart with a wordless infatuation. Ikaros, you're my lover, lover? Ikaros's heart clenched. When you're happy, you're happier than you. When you're sad, you're sadder than you. When you're happy, you're happier than you. When you're in pain 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Wu Yan's gentle yet powerful voice struck Ikaros's heart. To me, Ikaros is such an existence. So, please be happy, please don't be sad, please don't be in pain, even if it's for me. At this moment, Ikaros's heart melted. Me too. Ikaros looked at Wu Yen with her indigo eyes. Her lost look was replaced by a look of longing and love. Master, you're my lover. Under the moonlight, the two looked at each other and finally, they closed the distance between them and kissed deeply. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the boys who were still by the window were all broken. Chapter 16-17. The next morning, Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, Kanon and the other girls arrived at the student cafeteria. The moment they stepped through the door, Wu Yen sensed something amiss. Reading the latest novel. When Wu Yen and Co. entered the cafeteria, the noisy cafeteria quieted down with a whoosh. Then, with a whoosh, all eyes focused on the group that just entered the cafeteria. Among these gazes, some are curious, some are jealous, some are disdainful, there are even some that contain traces of hatred. Wu Yen and Co. couldn't help but stop in their tracks at the entrance of the student cafeteria, unable to move an inch. The entire cafeteria is so quiet that you can hear their footsteps. All the students sitting at the tables in the cafeteria are speechlessly staring at Wu Yen and Co. standing at the entrance. Anyone would be able to tell that something isn't right with such a scene. What's going on? Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria were frightened by the strange scene. They shrunk their necks and hid behind Wu Yan's back. Natsuki furrowed her brows tightly and scanned the entire restaurant. His sapphire-like blue eyes also scanned the entire student cafeteria. It should be said that Natsuki truly lived up to her reputation as an attack magic officer. She had solved many magical disasters and was revered by the demon race as a demon assassin. Natsuki only needed to glance at the student cafeteria to discover something. These people aren't looking at us. Natsuki raised her doll-like face and she looked at Wu Yen with a confused expression. They're looking at you and Ikaros. Ikaros and me? Wu Yen is having a hard time wrapping his head around this strange situation. He listened to Natsuki's words and he didn't say anything. He froze on the spot. Why are they looking at me and Ikaros? Ikaros tilted her head. Her beautiful face carried a sadness that never faded, but her pair of indigo eyes were also filled with confusion. A man and 5 girls stood at the entrance of the cafeteria. They were being stared at like monkeys in a circus. It made people feel very unpleasant. No matter what. Let's go in. Natsuki said with a displeased expression. Of course not. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and will transfer everyone here to the cesspool. Yeah. Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria nodded like they were pounding garlic. It was clear they were uncomfortable with the situation. Phew. Wu Yen exhaled. He suppressed all the doubts and puzzlement in his heart and regained his composure. You're right, let's go in. Although he doesn't understand why this is happening, Wu Yen still led the girls into the student cafeteria, ignoring the gazes of the people around them, as if there's no one around, and they started looking for a seat. After entering the student cafeteria, Wu Yen subtly observed the students around him. He found out that these students are all looking at Ikaros with eyes filled with shock, infatuation, and even greed. Those eyes that are filled with disdain, contempt, and hatred are all focused on him. What the hell? Wu Yen grumbled in annoyance. Did I offend you? Wu Yen quickened his pace. Before he could resist the urge to toss everyone into the cesspool, he saw a familiar face. At the corner of the cafeteria, a beautiful girl with long blonde hair was sitting there. There was a small dragon chewing on chicken on the table in front of her. A beautiful girl with a small dragon is currently looking at Wu Yen like he's some filthy thing. Her eyes are filled with coldness. Charlotte. Under Charlotte's cold gaze, Wu Yen felt conflicted about whether he should go over or not. But after a while, he dismissed the idea and walked over while smiling in an embarrassed manner. Yo, you're here to eat? Charlotte didn't say anything, she just stared at Wu Yen. Before Wu Yen started to feel uncomfortable, she opened her red lips and coldly spat out a sentence. Perverted pervert. Perverted pervert. Natsuki, Nagisa, Kanon, Astria, and even Ikaros were stunned by his words. Wu Yen had a shocked expression on his face. I don't think I molested you, right? What did you say? The coldness in Charlot's eyes was replaced with killing intent. Do you want me to make a hole in your body? Why else would you scold me? Wu Yen pursed his lips in annoyance. Since I didn't molest you, why did you call me a pervert? Charlotte didn't explain herself. She just snorted and turned her head away. Sigmund, who was enjoying the chicken, suddenly raised his head and pointed at the newspaper on the table with his oily claws. Look at that. Wu Yen exchanged glances with the other girls before sitting down and picking up the newspaper on the table. They gathered their heads together and focused their attention on the newspaper. The next moment, be it Wu Yen or the girls, all of them widened their eyes in shock. It was a newspaper with the theme of what happened in the Walpurgis Royal Ingenious Academy and some important news outside the academy. It was made by the students themselves and was only distributed in the Walpurgis Royal Ingenious Academy. Looking at the date recorded on the title of the newspaper, it was obvious that this was the latest newspaper that had just been released in the morning. On the front page of the latest newspaper, there were two pictures. One was a picture of an angel girl with pink wings and pink feathers fluttering around her. She was praying to the full moon with her eyes closed. One was a picture of an angelic girl with pink wings hugging a uniformed male student and kissing him passionately under the full moon. The former is of course Ikaros. The latter is the picture of Wu Yen and Ikaros kissing in the courtyard of the Tortoise dormitory last night. What is going on? Wu Yen yelled out. Ikaros's face turned bright red as well. It's a rare sight for her to do so. Oni-chan, master. Why you guys? Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria stared at Wu Yen and Ikaros with disbelief. Ikaros is blushing from embarrassment. You guys did this in the courtyard of the dormitory? I see. Natsuki chuckled, but there was no joy in her eyes. I finally understand why those students are looking at us with such gazes. The beautiful scene of Ikaros praying under the moon. I believe anyone who saw it would be stunned. Some of them might even fall in love with her at first sight. However, such a goddess, who had a 90% chance of falling in love at first sight, had thrown herself into another man's embrace and kissed him. Who wouldn't hate Wu Yen for that? As for the disdainful gazes and Charlotte's perverted comments, It's easy to understand. In other people's eyes, Ikaros is an automaton. Kissing your own automaton? For those whose values towards automaton were still stuck at the level of an item, such an action should be no different from hugging and kissing a moving doll, right? That's why the people who read the newspaper have the impression that Wu Yen is a fetish. Disdain? Disdain? Isn't that obvious? Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon didn't know what to say. Astria, who still can't wrap her head around Ikaros's blushing face, kept mumbling to herself. Only Wu Yen was speechless. What's wrong with kissing each other? Wasn't it normal to hug and kiss one's lover? Boring. Wu Yen lost interest in this matter. He tossed the newspaper on the table and narrowed his eyes at Charlotte. Don't tell me you're the same as those superficial guys who think that kissing an automaton is a pervert? Charlotte wanted to say yes, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. After all, Charlotte also treated her automaton as her family and not an item. Chapter 16-18. Maybe it's because they got bored or because there's not much time left before class. The students retracted their gazes and allowed the cafeteria to return to normal. Wu Yen, Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, Kanon, and even Charlotte sighed in relief when the others stopped looking at them. At this time, from the entrance of the cafeteria, a young man wearing a military belt on his uniform walked in with a girl wearing a short black kimono. His gaze moved around the cafeteria for a bit before stopping at Wu Yan's table. Yo! As if they were old friends who had known each other for many years, a young man wearing a short black kimono and a military belt around his waist greeted them as if nothing had happened and walked over. This morning's newspaper. Gulp. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful elbow landed on the young man's stomach. The young man clutched his stomach as his face contorted in pain. I might not be from the same country as you, but I'm sure you've heard of them, right? Wu Yen picked up a cup of black tea from the table and he sipped it leisurely. There's a saying, loose lips cause loose ends. Do you understand now, Raisin? Yes. Understood. Lei Jin squeezed out a sound as he clutched his stomach. I just want to have a meal with you. I don't want to eat with you. It wasn't Wu Yen who spoke, it was Charlotte who frowned. Charlotte looked at Raisin with a cold gaze. You better stay away from me. Wow, that's so scary. Lei Jin pretended to cry out with a condescending smile on his face. As expected of the legendary Tyrant Rex. His temper is really irritable. Do you want to die? Second to last. A ruthless expression appeared on Charlotte's face. I won't do anything just because this is a student cafeteria. Well, I know the famous Tyrant Rex won't give face to the cafeteria, but you should give face to your friend, right? Raisin shrugged and glanced at Wu Yen. At least he didn't refuse to eat with me, right? Humph. Charlotte's beautiful face that was emitting killing intent froze for a moment. She coldly snorted and turned her head away. It seems like he was convinced by Lei Jin. Of course, on the surface, Charlotte was still cursing under her breath. Why do I have to eat with a mad dog like you? This guy is the so-called idiot, right? Do you want to die? What a pitiful child. Lei Jin turned a blind eye to Charlotte's cold and vicious abuse. He brought Yaya with him as if nothing happened. He sat next to Wu Yen. Fortunately, the cafeteria's table was quite full. Wu Yan's group of 6, Charlotte, Yaya, and Raisin were seated. There were 9 people in total, so it wasn't crowded. Raisin sat next to Wu Yen and Yaya sat next to him. Yaya sat next to Astria, who was busy eating. She stared at Wu Yen curiously. What's wrong? Wu Yen, who was sipping his tea, noticed Yaya looking at him. He turned around and asked her about it. I don't think there's anything good about my face, right? No. And no, it's not like that. Yaya shook her head and continued staring at Wu Yan's face. She asked him a question out of curiosity. Mr. Wu Yen, did you really kiss your automaton? Cough. Cough, cough. Yaya's unscrupulous question made Charlotte and Lei Jin, who were eating, choke and start coughing violently. Wu Yen, on the other hand, smiled at the undisguised curiosity in Yaya's eyes. Why do you ask such a question? Because. Yaya hesitated for a moment and said this carefully. Don't you find it strange that you kissed your automaton? Yes. Oh. Wu Yan nodded without batting an eyelid. Then why would it be strange? Because. Yaya didn't only show hesitation, there was also a trace of sadness. Because no matter how much an automaton looks like a human being, it's still an automaton. It can't be compared to a human being, can it? Because. Hearing this, Lei Zhen, Charlotte, Natsuki, and the other girls fell silent. That's right. No matter how similar a human being and an automaton were in appearance, they still could not be mentioned in the same breath. After all, if a person kills another person, they will be charged with murder and will be sent to court. In severe cases, they will be sentenced to death. However, if a person were to kill an automaton, he would at most be charged with the crime of damaging or vandalizing public property. At worst, he would only have to compensate for the crime. This is the most fundamental, and irreconcilable difference between humans and automatons. No matter what other people thought about automaton, such a difference would not change as long as the current world's system did not change. The automaton did not have its own rights. It may be cruel, but it is the truth. It is because of this that Yaya reacted this way. That's why everyone is against Wu Yan. However, when everyone was against Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Once upon a time, to those slave owners, the slaves that were bought and sold legitimately were just objects. But now, aren't humans still the same? Everyone is equal. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Perhaps in this world, there is an uncrossable gap between humans and automaton, but automaton also has a life. This is a fact that no one can deny. Wu Yan's voice was very soft when he said this, but it was more powerful than anything in the ears of the people sitting at the same table. As long as they have a life, their status is equal. This is a principle that every human advocates, even if it's just words. Wu Yan couldn't help but curl his lips into a perfect arc. Therefore, even if there is an insurmountable gap between humans and automatons now, there will be a day in the future when humans will be able to live on equal terms with automatons. At least, that's what I think. Just like the warm breeze of the morning, sweeping away the thick fog that pervaded the world, Wu Yan's one sentence easily swept away the complicated emotions in everyone's heart. It also took away the confusion and worry of every night. Mr. Wu Yan. Ya couldn't help but stand up and put her face in front of Wu Yan. I also believe that day will come. I also want to believe that one day. Sigmund, who was standing at the dining table, slowly opened his mouth and spoke in a relaxed tone. If I can live to see that day, then my 150 years of life will be worth it. You will see it. Charlotte showed her gentle side for the first time. She stroked Sigmund's head and looked at Wu Yan with satisfaction. All right, Yaya, don't cause trouble for others. Lei Zhen waved her hand. She looked like she didn't agree with Charlotte's words, but she also looked satisfied. Let's stop talking about the future. Wu Yan picked up his teacup and looked at Lei Zhen. There are so many seats here, why are you sitting here? Don't tell me you're afraid of being lonely or gossipy. The surrounding girls all turned their attention to Lei Zhen, making him feel a little awkward. Did I get caught? You have something to say, right? Wu Yan pursed his lips. If you have something to say, then just say it. Well, as you know, I haven't been in this academy for long. So, I want to ask about someone. Lei Zhen scratched his cheek and looked at Charlotte. Wu Yan is also a new student of this academy, so it's natural that he wouldn't know too much. This time, Lei Zhen was here for Charlotte. Actually, someone tried to assassinate me this morning. Chapter 1619. Assassinate you? Everyone sitting around the table looked at the serious Lei Zhen in surprise. Someone tried to assassinate you? Charlotte frowned and waved her hand in disgust. Then why aren't you dead yet? Why do you say that? Although Charlotte said that with a mocking tone, Lei Jin had a subtle reaction to the question. I personally think that guy, no matter who he wants to assassinate, he won't succeed. No matter who he wants to assassinate, he won't succeed? What does that mean? Looking at everyone's puzzled expression, Lei Jin smiled bitterly. Actually, just as Lei Jin was about to explain, Wu Yan suddenly laughed. He pointed at the glass wall of the student cafeteria that's only 2 to 3 meters away from him. It's as if he's trying to hold back his laughter as he said this. I think you guys should look for yourselves. Everyone followed the direction Wu Yan pointed at and looked outside the student cafeteria. Outside the student cafeteria, in the middle of the main street that connected all directions of the Walpurgis Wangli Robotics Academy, there was a person who was looking around sneakily. It was a girl with dreamy pearl-colored hair. Her long hair was tied to the right side of her head with a black hairpin that looked like a wreath. A ponytail hung down from the right side of her head, and a long scarf was wrapped around her neck. There was a slit in the front of her uniform, revealing her voluptuous breasts. The girl's eyes were red, and her skin was very white to the point of being morbid. However, that delicate face of hers, even for someone like Wu Yan who is used to seeing all kinds of pretty girls and surrounded by pretty girls all the time, he can still say that she's beautiful. Beside the beautiful girl was a large black wolf dog. When they saw the beautiful girl with pearl-colored hair, no one noticed. At the side, Dakaros, who has been quietly guarding Wu Yan, had a look of surprise in her eyes. It's her. She's the one who wanted to assassinate me. Lei Jin's mouth was slightly agape as he exclaimed. But why did she come here? Pearl-colored hair? And he even has a dog-shaped automaton with him? Charlotte seemed to have thought of something. I remember now, she's a third-year student of the Academy's Tactical Tactics Department. She's ranked 99th in the night gathering, the Gauntlet. Log in to Flay with the code name, Quiet Noise. She's a gauntlet? This time, it was Lei Jin's turn to be surprised. She's ranked 99th? Doesn't that mean? Yaya said with uncertainty. That Miss Flay is our opponent in the first battle of the night gathering? Our opponent in the gathering? Natsuki looked directly at Flay who was looking all around outside. She spoke without turning her head around. So, only that little girl knew how to assassinate? Lei Jin was ranked 100th in the evening party. In other words, Flay who was ranked 99th was trying to assassinate Lei Jin because she wanted to eliminate her opponent. I understand now. Charlotte crossed her arms and glanced at Lei Jin. Flay felt that she would definitely lose if she were to fight you openly in the night gathering. That's why she wanted to assassinate you and eliminate her opponent, right? She felt that she would definitely lose if she were to fight me? Lei Jin's face was filled with confusion. Aren't you being too unconfident in yourself? I should say that you're the one who doesn't have self-awareness. Wu Yan glared at Lei Jin in an annoyed manner. Boy, you're the one who has been madly challenging the gauntlet in order to obtain the qualifications to participate in the night gathering. You're the one who obtained the glorious title of Mad Dog. Although you're ranked 100th in the night gathering, you must have defeated quite a number of gauntlets when you were crazily challenging them, right? Natsuki explained in a bored manner. Your strength is definitely not ranked in the night gathering. Everyone in the academy knows that. Other than you who's ranked in the night gathering, that little girl who's ranked 99th is the weakest among the people who participated in the night gathering. I'm afraid that Flay also knows that. Charlotte said in a sympathetic manner. She knows that she's the weakest in the night gathering. Because of that, she wanted to kill her opponent. Nagisa held Cannon's hand. She had an expression of disbelief on her face. That can't be, right? That girl doesn't look like a bad person, does she? Lei Jin grew silent. He looked outside the student cafeteria and did not ask any more questions. Under the attentive gazes of Wu Yan and the others, Flay seemed to be planning to do something. She patted Raby who was beneath her. Immediately, Raby turned around and ran into the bushes at the side. When he came out again, he was holding a pitch-black iron cage that could hold more than 10 people in his mouth. He dragged it to Flay's side. A cage? Charlotte was stunned. Why did Flay bring out a cage? Could it be? The corner of Lei Jin's mouth started twitching. She's trying to lure me in and lock me up, right? If that's true, then that would be a masterpiece. Even Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Such a large cage is placed in the middle of the main street. How is that girl going to lure someone in? This question was quickly answered by Flay. Flay entered the large iron cage and took out a low-grade photo album with a half-naked woman on the cover. She placed the photo album in the center of the iron cage. Natsuki's delicate and pretty face turned marvelous. Could it be that this is a bait used to lure prey? Hee hee. Lei Jin had an expression as if he wanted to die. He opened his mouth and laughed emotionlessly. So, in her eyes, I am a man who can be hooked with that kind of thing. Yu. Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria blushed. For them who are pure and kind-hearted, even a low-grade photo album is lethal. Kacha. Suddenly, a sound came from outside the restaurant. Everyone immediately looked at the direction of the iron cage. Then, they were all embarrassed. It was unknown whether the mechanism of the iron cage had been triggered or not, but before Flay could come out, the iron cage's door was loosened and was closed. Flay turned her head and looked in the direction of the door. She fell into a daze. After a dozen or so seconds, she finally understood that she had been locked in the trap that she had set. She panicked and started running around the iron cage. As a result, Flay stepped on her own scarf and fell to the ground with a... Seeing Flay falling down with such force and flattening her full breasts, Charlotte, Nagisa, and Kanon all felt heartache for Flay even though they were lacking in bust size. Lei Jin covered his face. He couldn't bear to look at Flay. At this moment, Lei Jin noticed something. Wu Yan's gaze was no longer on Flay. He was looking at the other side of the street. Everyone also looked at the direction Wu Yan was looking at. There, a tall and thin male student was slowly walking toward the iron cage. He had a sturdy body and a short cloak that looked like a scarf draped over his shoulders. The side of his face was well-defined and his gaze was terrifyingly sharp. Moreover, this male student had a unique short hair. His short hair was the same as Flay's. It was pearl-colored. It wasn't just the same hair color. This male student's appearance was also very similar to Flay's. Behind this male student was a robot. It was a 2-meter-tall robot with a body that was as sharp as a blade. Its body was made of metal. There was a pair of wings with spikes sticking out from its back. There were also 2 huge blades on its back. There was no need to think about it. That was definitely the male student's automaton. When they saw the boy with the automaton slowly walking up to Flay, before the crowd could say anything, the boy reached his hand into the iron cage and lifted Flay's scarf. Almost at the same time, a figure rushed out from Wu Yan's side. Chapter 1620. On the main street outside the student cafeteria, in the pitch-black iron cage, Flay had just crawled up from the ground when a hand suddenly extended over and grabbed Flay's scarf. Flay felt her vision blur for a moment. Then, the hand that grabbed her scarf did not possess much strength. However, with Flay's slender body, she was absolutely unable to resist the strength of the hand that grabbed her scarf. The hand pulled Flay over. Bang! Following a muffled sound, Flay was smashed into the iron pipes at the edge of the iron cage. Although she did not hit her head, her body was still in pain from the collision. Flay reflexively raised her head and looked in front of her. The next moment, a person with the same hair color as her, a face that was 70% similar to her, and red pupils that contained sharp killing intent entered Flay's line of sight. Seeing this handsome yet frightening face, Flay muttered in a daze. Loki. The male student that Flay addressed as Loki swept his gaze through the iron cage. Then he coldly looked at Flay. You're doing something that makes one unable to hold back their laughter again? Woo! Flay seemed to be very afraid of Loki. She cowardly shrunk her head back. However, she still answered Loki's question with a mosquito-like voice. If I don't do that, I won't be able to win the night assembly. Even if you do that, you will still not be able to win against anyone in the night assembly. Loki spoke those cold, emotionless and impactful words. Could it be that you still don't understand how weak you are? Do you not understand the fact that you are the weakest among all the participants in the night assembly? Weakest. It was true that Flay had received quite a shock. However, she should also know this. Thus, she did not refute Loki's words. Instead, she weakly opened her mouth. Even if this is the case, I am still a puppet user. In my eyes, there is no such thing as a puppet user or not. Loki coldly looked at Flay. There is only the concept of the strong and the weak. As for you, you are the latter. After saying those words, Rocky violently flung away Flay's scarf, causing her to stagger and almost fall to the ground. If you understand, then throw that thing away from me, saying such a sentence. Loki's sharp gaze also shifted to Flay's hand. It was in Flay's hand. It was a pair of finger-revealing black gloves that could only be owned by the participants of the night gathering, the top 100 gauntlet holders. The login code embroidered with golden thread on the gloves was, "Quiet Noise, Private Lentroar." Evidently, the thing Rocky was referring to was Flay's gloves. On the battlefield of the night meeting, it didn't matter if the automaton was destroyed by the opponent, or perhaps the puppet itself had been defeated. None of them could disqualify Puppet Operator from participating in the night meeting. The only criterion to determine the winner of the night meeting was the presence or absence of gloves. That is to say, if two puppeteers were to engage in an ingenious battle at a night gathering, the two puppeteers would be able to defeat each other. In order to win against the opponent, the winning condition was not to destroy the automaton or defeat the puppet operator, but to snatch the opponent's gloves. Once the gauntlet holder's gloves were snatched away, even if the gauntlet holder's automaton was still intact, the gauntlet holder still had some strength left, and the gauntlet holder might even be beaten half to death by the gauntlet holder. Even if the gauntlet holder was about to win, the gauntlet holder would still be declared the loser. Of course, in the night meeting, the gauntlet holder was not allowed to attack the puppet operator directly. Otherwise, the gauntlet holder would lose the right to participate and the gauntlet holder would be declared the loser. Therefore, defeating the opponent's automaton and snatching the gauntlet holder's gloves had become a part of the winning process. In other words, if Flay really threw away her gloves, she would lose the right to participate in the night meeting as well. Feeling Rocky's gaze, Flay couldn't help but hide her hands behind her back and cower a little. However, she did not follow Rocky's words and throw away her gloves. Tisk. Rocky clicked his tongue and turned his gaze to the side. A large black wolf dog was baring its teeth at him. Raby. This fellow is the one you're relying on to participate in the night meeting, right? As Rocky said those words, a burst of dense magic power surged out from his body. The humanoid automaton standing behind Rocky suddenly raised its metal head. Its pair of dim eyes suddenly flashed with red radiance. Like a machine that was activated, kacha-kacha sounds could even be heard from the inside of its body. If you don't plan to give up your right to participate in the night meeting. Rocky lowered his head. His bangs covered his expression. However, the magic power surging out from his body grew stronger and stronger. I'll destroy it. Flay turned pale with fright. She shook her head with all her might. Then throw away the gauntlet. Rocky revealed a ruthless expression. However, there was an undetectable anxiousness in his tone. Throw it away. But. Flay was so anxious that she was about to cry. If you throw away the gauntlet, Raby will also, and everyone else, humph. Rocky snorted coldly. He no longer bothered with superfluous words. Angel G. The humanoid automaton by the name of Angel G moved in response to Rocky's call. The spiked wings on its back spread open. The two enormous blades on its back rose and fell. They landed on its mechanical arms. Then, as if they had fused with its arms, the two enormous blades attached to its arms. Manned, accompanied by an ice-cold mechanical voice that sounded like it came from some sort of machine, Angel Ji raised his hand that was equipped with the enormous blades. Then, a burst of wind and a sharp whistle sounded. Without the slightest hesitation, he slashed his hand toward Raby, who was baring his teeth at Rocky. Raby! Flay's frighteningly pale face immediately turned deathly pale. Bang! At the moment when Angel Ji's enormous blade was about to land on Raby's head, one of the glass windows in the student cafeteria suddenly exploded. Immediately afterward, a figure shot out explosively from the student cafeteria. Like a fighter jet whistling through the air, that figure arrived before Angel Ji in a flash. Then she extended her slender hand to receive Angel Ji's enormous blade. In the next moment, a transparent protective barrier formed from crystals was formed from the slender palm that was slashing towards Cherub's giant blade. Like ripples on the surface of water, the barrier shook and expanded. Clang! The enormous blade smashed down heavily onto the transparent protective barrier formed from crystals. Following a loud collision sound, a burst of shockwaves exploded. From this, it could be seen how powerful the enormous blade was. If this attack landed on Raby, who hadn't even activated his magic circuit and hadn't received Flay's magic power, then there was no doubt that Raby would definitely die. It was clear that Loki wanted to kill Raby. However, this sure-kill attack was blocked by the protective barrier that appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, Loki and Flay finally saw the full appearance of the figure that rushed out from the student cafeteria and arrived before Angel Ji. Then, she raised a protective barrier and blocked Angel Ji's attack. Her pink hair was slightly swollen, and there was a pure white halo above her head. Her pair of dark red pupils fluctuated with an illusory square frame. Pink wings adorned her back, bringing up pink feathers, and the long hem of her night suit fluttering back and forth in the wind, making her look like an angel. Surprisingly, it was Ikaros. Flay's face was filled with astonishment. "It's you? You?" Loki stared straight at Ikaros, who was holding up a crystal barrier. His red pupils shrunk. Then, he abruptly turned his head around and swept his sharp and vigilant gaze across the surroundings. In the end, his gaze stopped at the glass door of the student cafeteria that had just been blasted open. A man in uniform with a pair of wine-red pupils was standing at the location of the shattered glass window. One of his hands was stretched forward, and his palm was fluctuating with a circle of magic power that had turned into a solid circle of light. Looking at the man who was still in the student cafeteria, standing on the broken glass window and extending a hand with a magic halo rippling around it, Loki's eyes were filled with graveness and hostility at the same time. Scarlet Eyes. Chapter 1621. Cherub, Level 66, standing at the entrance of the student cafeteria, Wu Yen slowly retracted the mana he poured into Ikaros' body. He looked at Loki, who was staring at him. Then, he looked at Ikaros with a reproachful expression. "Ikaros, Master?" Ikaros exited Sky Queen mode. She lowered her head and a pitiful expression appeared on her beautiful face. She looked like a child who was about to be reprimanded. She slowly walked back to Wu Yan's side. However, Wu Yan was indeed reproaching Ikaros. After all, Ikaros didn't even say a word. When Flay's scarf was pulled away by Loki, she rashly rushed out and rammed into the student cafeteria's glass wall. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's timely reaction and channeling mana into Ikaros' body, Ikaros, who has no mana and is equivalent to an ordinary person, would have rammed into the glass wall. She would have suffered a lot of injuries by now. Moreover, even in this state, Ikaros would have still rushed under Cherub's greatsword to protect Robbie. At that time, Ikaros, who is equivalent to an ordinary person, would have been seriously injured by Cherub's greatsword. Wu Yan didn't understand why Ikaros would suddenly rush out and protect Robbie, and to protect the rabbi, but the action itself was too reckless. When he thought about what would have happened to Ikaros if he didn't react in time and didn't channel mana into her, Wu Yan felt a lingering fear in his heart. His gaze towards Ikaros became even more reproachful. "Next time, at least inform me first, okay?" He wanted to reprimand Ikaros, but when he saw Ikaros lowering her head, she looked so pitiful. Wu Yan's heart softened. As a result, the reproach he intended to say turned into a plea. This caused Ikaros to be stunned. She lowered her head even more. "I'm sorry, master." Wu Yan extended his hand. He rubbed Ikaros' head. To comfort her. His gaze shot out like an arrow, meeting the sharp eyes of Loki, who had been staring at him all this time. "Who is that guy?" Lei Jin was also observing Loki from the side. "She looks just like Flay, of course. Loki is Flay's younger brother." Charlotte replied reflexively before looking at Lei Jin in surprise. "Don't tell me you don't even know Sword Emperor Loki?" "Sword Emperor Loki?" Lei Jin narrowed his eyes as if he remembered something. He looked at Loki. "So that's how it is. He's one of the Meet 13 ranked at the top of the night party. He's a second-year student like us, but he's the Burning Flame Sword who ranks 7th, right? Fortunately, you're not too ignorant." Charlotte looked at Loki with a serious expression. "That's right, he's Loki. So far, he's never been defeated in actual combat exercises. He's known as a strong competitor who can compete with the number 1 marshal, which is Magnus. An opponent who can compete with Magnus." Lei Jin's gaze towards Loki had already changed. He wasn't shocked by Loki's strength. Instead, it was a natural reaction when he heard the name Magnus. However, this reaction was not fear toward the strong. Instead, it was anger, hatred, and other similar emotions. Of course, this emotion only flashed through Lei Jin's eyes for a moment. In the next second, Lei Jin returned to his usual arrogant tone. "That guy called Loki is ranked 7th and you're ranked 6th, but he's said to be an opponent who can compete with Magnus, but you don't. What's going on?" "It's the stupidest thing to do to judge an opponent's strength based on their ranking," Charlotte said with contempt. "Although the top 50 of the night meeting are ranked according to their strength, that is still the judgment of the night meeting's executive department based on the strength they saw. Who knows if Sword Emperor Loki is hiding some trump cards in the dark? If the Gauntlet's ranking was based on their strength, you wouldn't be ranked in such a pitiful position." Charlotte's gaze turned towards Wu Yan. "As for him, he won't just be ranked 4th. Lei Jin didn't know what to say. During this time, Wu Yan and Loki stared at each other from afar. They didn't say anything. However, in the air, a sense of nervousness that made one's heart beat faster unconsciously filled the air. It was not until a long time later that Loki was the first to break the silence. "You can't even control your own automaton?" "Scarlet eyes. Looks like our Red Blaze, the eyes of the legendary Sword Emperor, had some problems as well." Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and he chuckled. "Could it be that you couldn't even see that I was transferring magic power to my automaton just now?" In other words, Ikaros' attack was ordered by Wu Yan. Of course, that's not the case, but Wu Yan took it all on himself. Ikaros' indigo eyes were filled with infatuation and Loki's expression darkened. "Can I assume that you're planning to resist me?" "Resist?" Wu Yan laughed sarcastically. "The so-called resistance usually refers to the weak who overestimates themselves and challenges the strong, or the inferior who intends to subdue the superior. Your Majesty Sword Emperor, do you think you're stronger than me? Or do you think you're superior? The way I see it, you're neither strong nor superior. You're just an idiot who thinks you're invincible because of a little achievement." Loki stared coldly at Wu Yan. "Defeating Felix makes you so proud that you think you can defeat me? Or do you think I'm weaker than Felix?" "I think you're mistaken," Wu Yan sneered. "To me, Felix is just an ant that I can kill with a pinch. He's not even worth mentioning. As for you, even if you're stronger than Felix, you're just a slightly bigger ant." As soon as he finished speaking, Loki abruptly raised his head. A burst of mana visible to the naked eye turned into a substantial mist that rose in spirals. "Although I'm humble and forgiving, there are 3 kinds of people I can't forgive: those who order me, those who resist me, and—" Loki's red eyes flashed with killing intent. His sharp gaze landed on Wu Yan. "I don't know where you came from, you meddlesome eyesore. No, you're neither humble nor forgiving. Wu Yen didn't even bat an eyelid at Loki's mist-like magic power. His magic power is even stronger than Loki's. It's like a tidal wave that's exploding out of Wu Yan's body. But I have to admit, those guys who jump out of nowhere and casually swing their swords are indeed eyesores. Gazes that contained icy coldness and killing intent collided in midair. Mana that was so strong that it did not seem like an ordinary person's charged into the surroundings. An invisible wave spread through the air, causing the air to be filled with a tense atmosphere that could erupt at any moment. Looking at Wu Yen and Loki, who were confronting each other in the distance, mana continued to rise from their bodies and collided with each other in the space between them, giving rise to dense waves. Flay, Leijin, and Ye could not help but tremble. Even Charlotte and Sigmund revealed troubled expressions. These two people were both monsters. Charlotte, Flay, Ye, Sigmund, Leijin, and the others who had such thoughts in their hearts did not know that this was the result of Wu Yen hiding his strength. Competing in mana? Forget about a single Loki. Even if there were 10, 100, 1,000, or 10,000 Lokis, they would still not be a match for Wu Yen alone. However, it must be admitted that Loki's own mana was also extremely powerful. At the very least, in terms of mana, Charlotte felt that she was no match for Loki. Chapter 1622. As the mana collided with each other, the students who were gathered in the cafeteria and the main street all retreated far away as if they were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Charlotte, Yaya, Sigmund, and Raisin also retreated a distance away. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon acted as their automaton and stood beside Wu Yen without saying a word. Only Flay, who was trapped in the iron cage, had nowhere to run. She could only endure the suffocating pressure and tightly hold onto the steel pipe of the iron cage. Cold sweat dripped down her face. Raby curled up into a ball and hid behind the iron cage. As time passed, the two of them, who were constantly releasing their magic power, finally showed different performances. Wu Yen still had a calm expression on his face. He looked at Loki with a smile that was not a smile. His eyes were filled with curiosity. On the other hand, Loki's face started to turn red. As if he used too much strength, his face was covered in sweat. The mana rising from his body also started to weaken at a slow rate. When Charlot, Sigmund, Flay, Ye, Leijin, and the others saw this scene, they understood what was going on even if they didn't have good judgment. Who was the victor of this hidden battle? However, this hidden battle was fated to have no result. Flay, who was inside the iron cage, looked at Loki. Her face was covered in sweat and she looked like she was about to vomit blood. Her face was terrifyingly red. She couldn't help but call out worriedly. Loki, Fu Lei's cry did not appear to be that abrupt in this completely silent place. Instead, it clearly reverberated through the air. Ikaros, who was standing beside Wu Yen, couldn't help but stretch out her hand and pull on Wu Yan's sleeve. Master, there was no need to think about it. Ikaros wanted Wu Yen to be lenient. Wu Yen was surprised that Ikaros, who had always silently followed his orders, would take the initiative to express her will. At the same time, he had a guess. Perhaps Ikaros has some sort of relationship with Flay. That might be the case, no matter what. Wu Yen naturally wouldn't go against Ikaros's rare wish. He slowly retracted his mana. Sensing Wu Yen retracting his mana, Loki stopped. Loki hurriedly stopped the magic that was constantly gushing out. He started panting. The entire arena returned to silence. Charlotte, Nagisa, and Kanon, who thought the two were going to fight, immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They all gathered around Wu Yen. Let's stop here. Charlotte took a glance at Wu Yen, whose expression remained unchanged. Glancing at Rocky, who was sweating profusely and gasping for breath, he said in a stern voice, "Whatever grudges you have, let's settle them during the night meeting." However, Charlotte's words gave Loki a way out, but in return, Loki's cold gaze was met with an icy glare. "Are you planning to get in my way? Tyrant Rex. If you continue like this, you're the one who'll suffer, Your Majesty Sword Emperor." Raisin stepped forward and stared at Loki. Or, do you plan to face all of us alone? Second to last? Loki's brows twitched. He stared at Raisin like a predator staring at its prey. You're a mad dog? Are you planning to meddle in my business? So, I can only apologize to you. Leijin didn't want to be outdone and sneered. It's your sister's fault for being so popular with dogs. A mad dog like me can only obediently run over and wag my tail. Loki glanced at Charlotte, Raisin, Flay, and the automatons. Finally, his gaze stopped on Wu Yen. You'd better not meddle in the affairs between me and my brother anymore, Scarlet. Wu Yen curled his lips when he heard Loki's words. Are you threatening me? It's just a warning. Rocky's voice was cold as he opened his mouth and said this. I'll say it again. Don't think that you're invincible. After saying that, Loki turned around. His automaton, Cherub, had also dispelled its combat-ready state. The two giant blades in its hands fell from its arms and were put away on its back, hanging up. Loki left the scene with Archangel, who was making clanking noises. That guy. Looking at Loki's back as he gradually walked away, Charlotte and Leijin's hearts sank slightly. From the situation just now, everyone could see that Rocky was at an absolute disadvantage. Ignoring the fact that Wu Yen is more powerful than Loki, Charlotte and Raisin also showed signs of wanting to join the fray. Although Loki had stopped his attack, he was obviously not afraid when he was facing two players who were ranked in the top 13 and a strong gauntlet. Therefore, Charlotte and Leijin both understood. Loki did not stop because the situation was not right. Loki was confident. Even if he had to fight against Charlotte and Leijin, he was confident that he could win. That was why Loki's gaze only swept past Charlotte and Raisin. It stopped on Wu Yen. Loki was not confident he could win against Wu Yen. However, Loki's last words did not express his confidence in winning, but his determination to die. He was telling Wu Yen that, even if he can't win, he will still fight. That was all. What an annoying bastard. Charlotte hugged Sigmund with a fierce expression on her face. Who does he think he is? Does he think he can win against me just because he can compete with Magnus? Don't let me see him at the night party. Well, from a certain perspective, you're quite the scary guy. Wu Yen shrugged as if nothing had happened and he teased him nonchalantly. I think that the Sword Emperor will regret being targeted by you in the future. While they were talking, the surrounding students also dispersed noisily. Come to think of it, not long after, the news of Scarlet Eyes, Tyrant Rex, and Sacred Blaze, the three meaty existences almost fighting would spread throughout the entire academy, wouldn't it? As the surrounding students dispersed noisily, Ikaros quietly walked over to the iron cage and opened it. Then she extended her hand toward Flay. Flay looked at Ikaros' hand in a daze. After a while, she came back to her senses. She held Ikaros' hand and carefully walked out of the cage. Then she said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, Thank you for protecting my family. On the side, Raby wagged his tail and walked up to Ikaros. He used his furry head to rub against the back of Ikaros' hand. Ikaros was stunned for a moment, but she still shook her head to express that Raby was welcome. Hey! At this moment, Leijin walked over with Yaya. You don't seem to have a good relationship with Sword Overlord. Aren't you siblings? This idiot! Wu Yen, Natsuki, Nagisa, and Charlotte cursed in their hearts at the same time. Since they knew that they were brother and sister, but they still looked like they didn't have a good relationship, who would obediently tell you the reason for it? Besides, wouldn't it be even more hurtful to say it out loud? Sure enough, traces of worry appeared on Flay's weak and delicate face. Her red eyes were filled with sadness. It's just that I've been causing the trouble. Loki, after saying those words with a fading voice, Flay bowed to the crowd as if she had exhausted all of her strength. I'll be taking my leave first. After saying those words, Flay turned around with Raby and planned to leave. Seeing Flay's lonely back, Ikaros opened her vermilion lips. She seemed to want to say something but was unable to say anything. She could only quietly look at Flay's back without saying a word. Wu Yen, who saw Ikaros' reaction, smiled bitterly in his heart. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said something that caused the expressions of everyone present to stiffen. Say, Senior Sister Flay, do you want to go on a date with me? Chapter 1623. Say, Senior Flay, do you want to go on a date with me? In an instant, the air froze. Flay, who had her back facing the crowd and was about to leave with Raby, stumbled and fell to the ground with a whimper. Charlotte, Raisin, and Yaya looked at Wu Yen, who had a leisurely smile on his face. Their mouths slowly widened. Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria widened their eyes in disbelief. Ikaros's indigo eyes were filled with a blank look. As for Natsuki, she seemed to have guessed something. She held the lace fan that almost never left her hand, tapped her forehead, and sighed. Even though the girls and Raisin reacted differently, it is undeniable that everyone was shocked by this sudden statement. They were unable to react for a long time. Ignoring everyone's reaction, Wu Yen walked up to Fu Lei, who had fallen to the ground. He helped her up with a ridiculing expression on his face. How is it? Can you accept? Flay could only stare blankly at the face that was right in front of her with a mocking expression. Her mouth opened and closed like a goldfish as she uttered a few strange syllables. Soon after, her pretty face became rosy as she shook her head in panic. No. I can't. Oh? Wu Yen pretended to sigh in disappointment. In other words, I was rejected? No. That's not it. Perhaps it was because he was too kind. Seeing Wu Yan's disappointed expression, Flay couldn't bear it anymore. She grabbed her hand tightly and squeezed out a voice in panic. I can't leave the academy without permission. Permission? Wu Yen blinked his eyes. You're talking about your family members? Flay grew silent. After a while, she nodded with difficulty. Lord Father doesn't allow us to run around. I'm just strolling around the city. Wu Yen said with a smile. It should be fine, right? But, Flay was still flustered. I won't, no? Wu Yen was slightly startled and asked with uncertainty. You mean you don't know how to date? Flay nodded timidly and embarrassedly. This made Wu Yen laugh out loud. It's okay. She could leave this part to the man. Miss Flay, you only need to look forward to it. Oh! Fry immediately had a troubled expression. Clearly, not only had she never accepted such an invitation before, she was also not good at dealing with such matters. Average. If a girl behaved like this, in that case, there was most likely no chance for a date. However, Wu Yen had a look of victory on his face as he threw out a trump card. If you promise me, I can tell you that the target you want to assassinate is Lei Zhen's weakness. When Flay heard this, the troubled look on her face immediately turned into one of interest. Lei Zhen, who didn't know what was going on, let out a confused voice. How about it? At this moment, Wu Yen was like a big bad wolf luring a big white rabbit to open the door. In the eyes of the crowd, the expression on his face was simply evil to the extreme. All you need to do is follow me to the ingenious city and you will be able to obtain a method to fulfill your wish. Isn't it very worthwhile? Flay had a nervous and conflicted expression on her face as she twisted her hands. She seemed to be in a difficult position. However, when she saw Robbie looking at her with round eyes and wagging his tail, Flay's heart immediately calmed down. I understand. Flay stood up and bowed as if she didn't dare to look at Wu Yan's face. Please let me have a date with you, she agreed. Everyone, who had been confused by the sudden development, was once again confused. Thank you very much. Wu Yen revealed a bright smile. In that case, at this time tomorrow, please invite Senior Flay to the entrance. We will meet there. Yes. Flay's entire body trembled as she replied in panic. Soon after, she hugged Robbie at a loss as to what to do. Robbie carried her on his back and they ran away as if they were escaping. Lei Zhen and the group of girls could only stare blankly as Fry was carried on Raby's back and gradually disappeared into the distance. It was only after a long time that they finally reacted. Charlotte pointed at Wu Yen with a trembling hand. You bastard, did you fall for that big-breasted woman? Teacher. Nagisa is so angry that she even called Wu Yen by the way she used to address him. One can only imagine how angry she is right now. How dare you invite another girl to a date in front of Nagisa? Even Nagisa won't forgive you. Master? Idiot. You're so bad. Womanizer. Astria spat out all the insults she could think of in her pitiful brain. She looked at Wu Yen with disdain. My big sisters are beside you. Wu Yen-sen, Yaya misjudged you. Yaya also yelled out. I can't believe that he abandoned his automaton to go on a date with a human woman. This is too abnormal. What you said is the most abnormal. Lei Jin couldn't help but complain, and then he slapped his own mouth. No, that's not the point. The point is, why did you use my weakness as a condition for a date? When did you find out about my weakness? What weakness do I have? While Charlotte, Nagisa, Astria, and Yaya were exhilarated, Natsuki closed her lace fan. She held Kanon's hand and retreated to the side. She was watching the show from afar. The agitated Charlotte, Nagisa, Astria, and Yaya knocked Lei Jin away. They closed in on Wu Yen with vicious expressions. Release. Release. Seeing the four girls closing in on him and looking like they're going to swallow him whole, Wu Yen almost got scared, but he could only bitterly laugh. What are you thinking? I just met Flay today, didn't I? Do you think we really went on a date? Then what's with the invitation? Charlotte continued to press him relentlessly. Are you going to say that it's just an excuse? It really is an excuse. Wu Yen shrugged. I just have some questions I want to ask. Questions? Astria tilted her head to the side. What questions? Well, Wu Yen glanced at Ikaros, who is staring at him blankly, and gave a perfunctory answer. It's just that she looks like she has something that she can't say. That's why I wanted to ask her. Didn't Nagisa say that Flay isn't the kind of person who would kill others just to obtain victory in a night gathering? Nagisa nodded in agreement with Wu Yen. Nagisa thinks that Miss Flay isn't a bad person. So, you really want to stick your nose into other people's business? Charlotte sneered. It's best if you don't get involved in that kind of thing. That's Charlotte's thought. It's not that Charlotte is a cold-hearted person who doesn't want to help those in trouble. She might look fierce on the surface, but she has her own concerns. After all, if Flay really had some sort of indescribable or even tragic reason that was known by everyone, then when they fought in the night gathering, it would cause a fatal hesitation due to the fact that they did not have the heart to do so. This would drag her down and cause her to be defeated in the end. Therefore, it's not that Charlotte is cold-hearted. Instead, it's the opposite. It's because Charlotte is kind-hearted that she's certain she won't be able to defeat Flay if she knows about her indescribable reason. However, Charlotte has a reason why she must survive until the end of the night gathering and become the Demon King. Because of that, she might as well not ask about it and not know anything. That way, she won't have to burden herself too much. Lei Jin seemed to know the reason behind Charlotte's words. His expression became gloomy. That's only natural. From the very beginning, Lei Jin felt that Flay might have an indescribable reason for coming to assassinate him. That's why he went to look for Wu Yen and Charlotte to ask about Flay. Now, he has the same concern as Charlotte. It's no wonder Lei Jin hesitated. Only Wu Yen had a carefree smile on his face. Unfortunately, I don't have any extravagant desire for the throne of the Demon King. That's useless to me. After saying that, Wu Yen turned his gaze toward the direction Flay left. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Chapter 1624. Please tell me what you really think. Sensei. Nighttime, in one of the rooms in the Kamehameha dormitory, Nagisa and Astria surrounded Wu Yen on the bed in an aggressive manner. The one who spoke was Nagisa. She had her hands on her hips as she glared at Wu Yen with her bright red eyes. Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you sure you won't do anything to Miss Flare? Under Nagisa's relentless questioning, Wu Yen could only lean against the edge of the bed. He looked like he just ate something bad. After a while, he finally managed to squeeze out this sentence. I don't mind answering this question that you've answered for no less than 10 times, but before you answer that question. Wu Yan's eyes twitched as he pointed at Astria and yelled out. Astria, can you put away that weapon of mass destruction in your hand? Humph. Astria raised the kitchen knife in her hand and pointed it at Wu Yan's chest. She stuck out her big boobs. This is a necessary tool to get a man's honest answer. No, this is a threat. You just want me to give you a satisfying answer. Wu Yan refuted with all his might. By the way, who told you this is a necessary tool to get a man's honest answer? Humph. Hearing this question, Jiang Fei snorted. Astria puffed up her chest proudly. Her boobs bounced up and down. Sister Shoku taught me this. Misaki-chan? Wu Yan clenched his teeth in anger. Wu Yan gritted his teeth. Damned two-faced queen, I will teach you a lesson when we get back. Don't change the topic. Sensei. Nagisa's anger turned into dissatisfaction. Astria raised her kitchen knife again. The two girls looked at Wu Yan with their red eyes as they inched closer to Wu Yan. As Nagisa and Astria got closer, a light fragrance wafted into Wu Yan's nose. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. He even felt a little dizzy. Compared to a kitchen knife, this is a necessary tool to get a man's honest answer. However, no matter how Nagisa and Astria interrogated him, Wu Yan could only give one answer. There was only one answer. I really won't do anything. Wu Yan tried to defend himself. We just got to know each other today. Even if I want to do something to you, Fleer-senpai won't agree to it, right? Or do you think I am the kind of person who will force myself on you? Then, why can't you bring us with you? Nagisa puffed up her cheeks. We also want to have a good chat with Fleer-senpai. However, Automaton cannot leave the academy. Otherwise, not only will the automaton user be expelled, but the automaton will also be expelled. If an automaton tries to leave the academy, it will be confiscated or even disassembled. Wu Yan tried to reason with them. I know that with Natsuki around, you guys will definitely be able to leave the academy safely. But think about it, once someone finds out, I will be expelled. At that time, the device that the technology department lent me will also be taken back. We will have to find another way to complete our mission. Currently, Wu Yan has started to replicate Eve's heart using the device he borrowed from the technology department and the main body of Eve's heart he got from Magnus. The materials were secretly bought from the outside. The device was borrowed from the technology department. He already learned how to operate the device and replicate it. Now, Wu Yan will take some time out every day to replicate Eve's heart. In other words, the third phase of the Demigod Path mission is progressing smoothly like never before. All he needed was some time. Once he had replicated all 1 million Eve's hearts, the third round of the Demigod quest would be completed. Therefore, if he is expelled from the academy, he will have to waste a lot of time and effort to complete the third phase of the Demigod Path mission. Besides, it's true that he didn't leave the academy to get all lovey-dovey with the girls. There's no need to waste time on such a trivial matter. Even Astria with an IQ of 9 understood this. Nagisa must have understood as well. At that moment, the two young girls looked at each other, their faces filled with unwillingness. It seems like Nagisa and Astria really want to go out with Wu Yan. Be good and listen to me. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Wu Yan patted Nagisa and Astria's head. Next time, I'll take you out to play. Also, this time, I'll bring you gifts, so be good and listen to me. Gift? Gift? Astria's eyes glowed. Then, can I have a cake? Ice cream. I want ice cream. Nagisa pouted. I want a large one. Okay. Wu Yan sighed in relief. He smiled apologetically and agreed. Wu Yan felt something tugging at the corner of his shirt. His line of sight met with a pair of icy green eyes that seemed to be looking at him expectantly. I want to read as well. Cannon tugged at Wu Yan's sleeve in a bashful manner. Can you bring me some books? Yes. I think we ran out of black tea leaves. Natsuki, who was sitting on the sofa, chimed in. Bring back some tea leaves too. Okay. Wu Yen rolled his eyes. He patted Kanon's head. Kanon blushed, but her eyes were filled with satisfaction. She looked at the head of the bed. Ikaros is standing there silently with her head lowered. As usual, she's guarding the spot closest to Wu Yen. Ikaros. Wu Yen smiled at Ikaros' beautiful eyes. What about you? Do you want me to bring anything back? Ikaros paused for a moment, then she was at a loss. Master, do you want something? Can I bring it back for you? No. It's not me, it's you. Wu Yen said patiently. What do you want? Ikaros's expression became more and more blank. In the end, she cautiously said this sentence. Master, what do you want? Wu Yen, Natsuki, Nagisa, Kanon, and the others understood the situation. What Wu Yen wants is what Ikaros wants. There was no doubt that this young girl had no desires. She lived only for her master. She wholeheartedly thought for her master. Her heart was completely devoted to her master. She was a young girl who made people feel sorry for her, but also made people want to protect her for a lifetime. Ikaros-chan. Nagisa had already pounced on Ikaros. Nagisa is getting more and more fond of Ikaros-chan. Ikaros tilted her head in confusion. She didn't understand why Nagisa would act like this. She copied Wu Yen and patted Nagisa's head. Even Natsuki couldn't help but speak up for this girl who only cares about Wu Yen. That Flay, if you can help her, please do your best to help her. Natsuki's delicate face was expressionless as she looked at Wu Yen. Although I don't know what's going on, Ikaros seems to be very concerned about that little girl called Flay. That's why you asked her out, right? Wu Yen shrugged with a, I knew I couldn't hide it from you expression. He held Ikaros' hand and called out softly. Ikaros. Ikaros's pair of wings adorning her ears shook cutely as she turned her pitiful eyes towards Wu Yan's face. Master. Flay and the rabbi did have some trouble. Wu Yen smiled at Ikaros. Do you want to help them? Ikaros' eyes flashed with a faint light. After some thought, she nodded timidly as if she's afraid of angering Wu Yen. I don't want to see them hurt, Master. Did they cause you trouble? Of course not. Of course not. Wu Yen tightened his grip on Ikaros' hand. The corner of his lips curled up. Leave this matter to me. Hearing that, Ikaros's face loosened up imperceptibly. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.